In 1980, a claim emerged from the California desert that would mark the moment when moon landing conspiracy theories crossed the threshold from mere skepticism into absolute absurdity. From a modest cabin nestled among Joshua trees and tumbleweeds on a hillside overlooking the Mojave Desert, Charles Kenneth Johnson, president of the International Flat Earth Research Society, made an accusation so wild, so disconnected from reality, that it represented the ultimate evolution of conspiracy thinking about the Apollo program. According to Johnson and his organization, the moon landings had not simply been faked, as earlier conspiracy theorists had suggested. Instead, they were the product of a grand Hollywood collaboration involving some of the most prominent names in entertainment and science fiction. Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick had allegedly worked together to stage the greatest deception in human history. This was not simply another conspiracy theory added to the growing pile of moon landing skepticism that had accumulated throughout the 1970s. This was something different entirely. This claim represented the moment when conspiracy theories about Apollo reached their logical extreme, when the bounds of plausibility were not merely stretched, but obliterated. The accusation combined elements from earlier, somewhat more grounded conspiracy claims with the Flat Earth Society's fundamental belief that space exploration itself was impossible because the cosmos did not exist as science described it. The result was a conspiracy theory so elaborate, so far removed from physical reality, that it serves as a perfect case study in how conspiracy thinking can spiral into complete detachment from fact. To understand why the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation represents peak absurdity, we must recognize what made it different from the conspiracy theories that had come before. By 1980, audiences had already been introduced to the foundational moon landing conspiracy theories. Bill Kaysing had published his book, We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion swindle, in 1974, laying out arguments about radiation belts, missing stars in photographs, and suspicious shadows that would become the basic template for moon hoax believers. The conspiracy theory involving Stanley Kubrick had also begun to circulate, suggesting that the director of 2001, A Space Odyssey, had used his special effects mastery to film fake moon landing footage for NASA. These theories, while false and thoroughly debunked, at least operated within a framework that acknowledged certain realities. Space existed, special effects technology was real, and government deception was possible. The Flat Earth Society's accusation, however, operated from an entirely different foundation. For Charles Johnson and his followers, the conspiracy to fake the moon landings was not simply about Cold War politics or government cover-ups. It was about maintaining a fundamental lie about the nature of reality itself. In the worldview of the Flat Earth Society, the Earth was not a sphere but a flat plane, covered by a dome-like firmament with stars that were merely lights attached to it, located roughly the distance from San Francisco to Boston. Space, as understood by modern science, did not exist. Gravity was a myth. The sun and moon were small, local objects moving above the flat Earth. In this cosmology, space travel was not merely difficult or dangerous, it was literally impossible. From this perspective, the entire space program, from Sputnik in 1957 through the Apollo missions and beyond, had to be fake. Not just the moon landings, but every satellite launch, every orbital mission, every piece of space exploration had to be an elaborate theatrical production designed to deceive humanity about the true nature of the world. The conspiracy, in this view, was not limited to NASA or even the American government. It encompassed governments worldwide, the scientific establishment, the education system, and the mass media. Everyone who perpetuated the lie of a spherical Earth and space exploration was either part of the conspiracy or a dupe fooled by it. Into this already elaborate conspiracy framework, the Flat Earth Society in 1980 wove specific names. Hollywood was the production facility, Walt Disney was the sponsor, Arthur C. Clarke was the scriptwriter, and Stanley Kubrick was the director. This accusation took the existing conspiracy theories about the moon landing and married them to the Flat Earth Society's comprehensive rejection of modern cosmology. The result was a conspiracy theory so all-encompassing, so divorced from verifiable reality that it could only be described as peak absurdity. The timing of this accusation is significant. 1980 was a year of profound uncertainty in America. The Iranian hostage crisis dragged on, with Americans held captive in Tehran for over a year. The economy struggled with high inflation and unemployment. President Jimmy Carter's administration seemed paralyzed, unable to rescue the hostages or restore economic confidence. The optimism of the space age, which had peaked with the Apollo moon landings just 11 years earlier, seemed like a distant memory. In this environment of national malaise and widespread distrust of institutions, conspiracy theories found fertile ground. The accusation also came at a curious moment in the history of conspiracy culture. The 1970s had seen an explosion of conspiracy thinking in America, fueled by genuine revelations of government wrongdoing. The Pentagon Papers had exposed systematic lying about the Vietnam War. Watergate had revealed criminal conspiracy at the highest levels of government. Congressional investigations had uncovered CIA involvement in assassination plots, drug experiments, and domestic surveillance. These were not theories but documented facts. The government had conspired, had lied, had betrayed public trust. This created an environment where conspiracy theories about other events seemed more plausible to many people. If the government would lie about Vietnam and engage in criminal conspiracies like Watergate, what else might they lie about? Could they have faked the moon landing? Against this backdrop, the Flat Earth Society's 1980 accusation can be seen as the reductio ad absurdum of conspiracy thinking. If we follow the logic of institutional distrust to its ultimate conclusion, if we assume that every official narrative is false and every major event is staged, we arrive at something very much like the Flat Earth Society's worldview. The accusation that Hollywood, Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick collaborated to fake the moon landings was not an aberration or a joke. It was the logical endpoint of a particular kind of conspiracy thinking, one that rejects not just specific government claims, but the entire framework of modern scientific understanding. The accusation also reveals something important about how conspiracy theories evolve and spread. The Flat Earth Society did not invent the idea that Kubrick was involved in faking the moon landings. That theory had already begun circulating in various forms throughout the 1970s, building on Kubrick's reputation as a perfectionist filmmaker and the visual sophistication of 2001, A Space Odyssey, which premiered in 1968, just 1 year before Apollo 11. The Flat Earth Society took this existing conspiracy theory and expanded it, adding new characters to the alleged conspiracy and embedding it within their larger cosmological framework. Similarly, the involvement of Walt Disney in the accusation drew on the very real historical connections between Disney and the space program. Disney had produced educational television programs about space exploration in the 1950s, collaborating with rocket scientist Wernher von Braun. These programs, which aired on ABC and were watched by millions, helped generate public enthusiasm for space exploration and were even shown to President Eisenhower and Pentagon officials. This legitimate historical connection between Disney and space advocacy was twisted by the Flat Earth Society into evidence of a conspiracy. The fact that Disney had died in December 1966, more than 2 years before Apollo 11, apparently did not trouble the conspiracy theorists. Arthur C. Clarke's inclusion in the alleged conspiracy is particularly ironic given his lifelong advocacy for space exploration and his work as a commentator on the Apollo missions for CBS. Clarke was one of the most prominent public intellectuals arguing for the reality and importance of space exploration. He had predicted the development of communications satellites in a 1945 technical paper. A prediction that came true and revolutionized telecommunications. He had collaborated with Kubrick on 2001, A Space Odyssey, bringing scientific accuracy to the film's depiction of space travel. He had watched the Apollo 11 moon landing with Walter Cronkite and millions of television viewers, providing expert commentary. To accuse such a figure of being the scriptwriter for a faked moon landing was not simply wrong, it was absurd on its face. Yet this is precisely what the Flat Earth Society claimed in 1980. The 1980 accusation must also be understood in the context of Charles Johnson's personality and beliefs. Johnson was not simply a conspiracy theorist in the modern sense. He was a true believer in a comprehensive alternative cosmology, one rooted in his interpretation of biblical literalism and his rejection of modern science as a form of false religion. For Johnson, the spinning globe theory was not just incorrect. It was a deliberate deception designed to lead humanity away from biblical truth. He believed that the adoption of the heliocentric model and the concept of a spherical Earth was part of a long-term conspiracy to undermine Christianity and establish secular control over human consciousness. In Johnson's view, the governments of the world were secretly run by flat-earthers who maintained the spherical deception to keep the masses under control. He believed that after World War II, there had been a plan by Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin to declare the Earth flat and establish a world government under the United Nations, which used a flat Earth map as its symbol. According to Johnson, this plan was only derailed by Roosevelt's death in 1945. The moon landing hoax, in this framework, was part of the ongoing effort to maintain the spherical Earth deception until the day when the truth would finally be revealed and a new age would begin. This elaborate belief system helps explain why the 1980 accusation named the specific figures it did. Hollywood represented the machinery of illusion, the place where false realities were manufactured for mass consumption. Walt Disney represented the bridge between entertainment and education, the figure who had already been involved in presenting space exploration to the public in an attractive, accessible format. Arthur C. Clarke represented the science fiction imagination that could envision what space exploration might look like, providing the narrative framework for the deception. And Stanley Kubrick represented the technical mastery necessary to make the deception visually convincing, the director who could create images of space that would fool the world. Together, these four elements, Hollywood, Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick, formed a complete conspiracy theory in the Flat Earth Society's telling. They had the facility, the sponsorship, the script, and the director. They had the means, motive, and opportunity. The only problem was that this conspiracy theory was completely divorced from reality. Disney had been dead for years before the moon landing. Clarke was one of the most vocal advocates for space exploration, not a conspirator against it. Kubrick's special effects, while innovative, were nowhere near capable of simulating a moon landing that could fool expert analysis. And Hollywood, while certainly capable of creating cinematic illusions, could not have faked the physical evidence of the Apollo missions. The lunar samples returned to Earth, the retroreflectors still used today for laser ranging experiments, the ongoing verification by scientists around the world, including those in the Soviet Union who had every motive to expose an American hoax if one existed. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation represents the moment when moon landing conspiracy theories reached peak absurdity because it combined every element of conspiracy thinking into one comprehensive, unfalsifiable, and utterly implausible narrative. It took the genuine government deceptions of the 1970s and extrapolated them to cosmic proportions. It took real historical connections between entertainment and space advocacy and twisted them into evidence of fraud. It took the natural human tendency to find patterns and see connections and pushed it to the point of parody. In doing so, it created a conspiracy theory so absurd that it serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked conspiracy thinking and the importance of maintaining contact with verifiable reality. Chapter 2: The Flat Earth Society, A History of Impossible Beliefs. To understand how the International Flat Earth Research Society could make such an extraordinary accusation in 1980, we must first understand the organization itself and the long, strange history of flat Earth belief in the modern era. The Flat Earth Society was not simply a gathering of cranks or a satirical organization, as many people assume. It was a genuine movement of true believers who rejected one of the most fundamental facts about the physical world, the shape of our planet. The history of this movement reveals much about how fringe beliefs persist in the face of overwhelming evidence, how conspiracy thinking becomes self-reinforcing, and how religious literalism can lead to the rejection of observable reality. The modern flat Earth movement has its roots in the 19th century, an ironic fact given that this was long after the spherical nature of the Earth had been definitively established. Ancient Greek philosophers had determined that the Earth was round more than 2,000 years earlier, using observations of ships disappearing over the horizon, the circular shadow the Earth casts on the Moon during lunar eclipses, and the way different stars become visible as one travels north or south. By the Middle Ages, despite popular misconceptions, the spherical Earth was widely accepted among educated Europeans. Christopher Columbus did not have to convince anyone that the Earth was round when he sailed in 1492. The dispute was about the size of the Earth, not its shape. Yet in 1849, an English inventor and writer named Samuel Rowbotham published a pamphlet titled Zetetic Astronomy, a description of several experiments which prove that the surface of the sea is a perfect plane and that the Earth is not a globe. Rowbotham, who used the pseudonym Parallax, claimed to have conducted experiments along the old Bedford River in Norfolk, England, that proved the Earth was flat. He argued that if the Earth were a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, there should be a measurable curvature of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. His canal experiments, he claimed, detected no such curvature. Rowbotham's methodology and conclusions were thoroughly debunked by contemporary scientists, who pointed out the effects of atmospheric refraction and other factors that he had failed to account for. Nevertheless, his pamphlet, later expanded into a book titled Earth Not a Globe, found an audience. Rowbotham toured England giving lectures, engaging in public debates, and attracting followers to what he called zetetic astronomy, from the Greek word zetio, meaning to seek or inquire. The zetetic method, as Rowbotham described it, was to accept only what could be directly observed and to reject theoretical explanations that went beyond immediate sensory experience. Of course, this method was applied selectively, rejecting the vast body of observations that demonstrated a spherical Earth, while accepting only those observations that could be interpreted as supporting a flat Earth. After Rowbotham's death in 1884, his followers continued to promote flat Earth beliefs. Lady Elizabeth Blount, a devout Christian and anti-vaccinationist, founded the Universal Zetetic Society in 1893. The organization was based in England and published a magazine called The Earth Not a Globe Review. For Lady Blount and many of her followers, flat Earth belief was intimately tied to biblical literalism. They pointed to various passages in the Bible that seemed to describe a flat Earth with a solid dome or firmament above it. To accept the cosmology of modern science, they argued, was to reject the literal truth of Scripture and to place human reason above divine revelation. The Universal Zetetic Society continued into the early 20th century but eventually faded as its members aged and died. Flat Earth belief seemed destined to become a historical curiosity, a footnote in the history of pseudoscience. Then, in 1956, something unexpected happened. An Englishman named Samuel Shenton decided to revive the Flat Earth movement. Shenton was a sign painter from Dover who had become convinced that the Earth was flat through his reading of the old Zetetic literature. He founded the International Flat Earth Research Society, positioning it as the successor to Lady Blount's organization. Shenton's timing was either perfectly ironic or perfectly strategic, depending on one's perspective. 1956 was right in the middle of the space age preparations. The Soviet Union would launch Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, just 1 year later in 1957. The space race was about to begin, and here was Shenton arguing that space, as understood by modern astronomy, did not exist. Satellites, he would later argue, were not actually orbiting the Earth. They were either high-altitude aircraft or they simply did not exist at all, with their signals being transmitted from ground stations. Shenton brought a somewhat different theological framework to flat Earth belief compared to his predecessors. While still rooted in biblical literalism, Shenton developed a complex cosmology involving 7 literal heavens stacked above the dome covering the Earth. He created detailed charts and diagrams illustrating his view of how the cosmos was structured, using his skills as a sign painter to create visually appealing presentations for his lectures. He was less confrontational than Robotham had been, presenting himself as a reasonable man asking reasonable questions about why the official narrative should be accepted without scrutiny. The International Flat Earth Research Society under Shenton remained a small organization, never attracting more than a few dozen active members. However, Shenton proved to be adept at attracting media attention, especially as the space age progressed. Reporters found him endlessly quotable, a cheerful eccentric willing to explain at length how satellites could not possibly be real and how the upcoming moon missions would be faked. The British press, with their tradition of gentle mockery of eccentrics, gave Shenton regular coverage. He appeared on television and radio, was interviewed for magazines and newspapers, and generally enjoyed his role as a lovable crank. However, from Shenton's perspective, this was not a joke. He genuinely believed that the Earth was flat, that the Bible's cosmology was literally true, and that modern science was leading humanity astray. He corresponded with people around the world who had read about him in the press or who had independently arrived at flat Earth conclusions. He maintained files of letters from supporters and skeptics alike, always hoping to convert the latter to his view. When Sputnik was launched and he was asked to comment, he expressed doubt that the satellite was real. When Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space in 1961, Shenton suggested it was a hoax. When the Apollo program began, he predicted it would fail or be exposed as fraud. The launch of Sputnik in October 1957 posed a significant challenge to flat Earth belief. Here was an object that was observably orbiting the Earth, visible to amateur astronomers and radio operators around the world, including those in the Soviet Union's Cold War adversaries who had every reason to expose a hoax if one existed. How could flat earthers explain this? Shenton's response was to question whether Sputnik was really in space at all. Perhaps it was a high-altitude balloon or aircraft. Perhaps the signals attributed to it were being transmitted from ground stations. Or perhaps the whole thing was simply a Cold War propaganda exercise by the Soviets, with Western governments playing along for their own reasons. This response established a pattern that would continue throughout the space age. Each new achievement, each new piece of evidence for the space program's reality would be met not with acknowledgement, but with increasingly elaborate alternative explanations. The Flat Earth movement could not accept the evidence of space exploration because doing so would require abandoning their entire cosmology. Instead, the evidence was rejected, explained away, or incorporated into an expanding conspiracy theory. The space program was not exploring space, it was creating an elaborate deception. Every satellite launch, every orbital mission, every spacewalk, and eventually every moon landing was part of this ongoing fraud. Samuel Shenton continued as president of the International Flat Earth Research Society until his death in 1971. By this time, the Apollo moon landings had already occurred, with Apollo 11 landing on the moon in July 1969 and subsequent missions continuing through December 1972. Shenton had lived to see the achievement he had predicted would never happen. Yet rather than acknowledge that his predictions had been wrong, he maintained that the moon landings were faked, staged productions designed to convince the public that space exploration was real. This reaction, refusing to accept evidence that contradicts one's beliefs, and instead incorporating that evidence into an expanded conspiracy theory, is characteristic of how conspiracy thinking operates. When Shenton died, there was a question of whether the International Flat Earth Research Society would survive. The organization had always been essentially Shenton's personal project, run from his home with the help of his wife and a few dedicated supporters. Membership had never been large. The organization had no significant funding, no physical headquarters beyond Shenton's residence, no paid staff. It seemed likely that the International Flat Earth Research Society would die with its founder, becoming a footnote in the history of 20th century eccentricity. Instead, the organization found a new leader who would take it to its peak of membership and public prominence. Charles Kenneth Johnson, an American who had been corresponding with Shenton for several years, agreed to take over the organization. The headquarters of the International Flat Earth Research Society moved from Dover, England, to Lancaster, California, and the organization entered a new phase. Under Shenton, it had been a small, eccentric British organization run by a cheerful sign painter. Under Johnson, it would become something more confrontational, more explicitly tied to American religious fundamentalism, and more willing to make specific, detailed claims about government conspiracies. The transition from Shenton to Johnson in 1972 is significant for understanding the 1980 accusation about the moon landing conspiracy. Shenton had been content to express general skepticism about the space program, to raise questions, to suggest that the official narrative might not be entirely accurate. Johnson, by contrast, was willing to name names, to specify exactly how the conspiracy worked, to identify the individuals and organizations responsible for the deception. Where Shenton had suggested that the moon landings might have been faked, Johnson declared flatly that they absolutely were faked and that he knew who had faked them. This shift in approach reflected differences in personality and cultural context. Shenton had been a product of British eccentricity, operating in a culture that had a long tradition of tolerating and even celebrating harmless cranks. Johnson was a product of American religious fundamentalism and the conspiracy culture that exploded in the United States during the 1970s. He lived in an era when genuine government conspiracies had been exposed, when trust in institutions had collapsed, when paranoid thinking had moved from the fringes toward the mainstream. In this environment, Johnson's more aggressive, more specific conspiracy accusations found a more receptive audience than Shenton's gentle questioning ever had. The International Flat Earth Research Society under Johnson would grow to claim thousands of members, publish a regular newspaper, attract significant media attention, and make increasingly elaborate claims about the conspiracies maintaining the spherical Earth deception. The organization became a symbol of conspiracy thinking pushed to its logical extreme. And in 1980, it would make the accusation that represents the peak of moon landing conspiracy absurdity, naming Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick as the perpetrators of the greatest hoax in history. To understand how the organization reached this point, we must now turn to Charles Kenneth Johnson himself, the man who led the Flat Earth Society into its most notorious phase. Chapter 3: Charles Kenneth Johnson, the True Believer. Charles Kenneth Johnson was born on July 24, 1924, on his father's ranch near San Angelo, Texas. His early life seemed unremarkable, the childhood of a boy in small-town Texas during the Depression era. Yet somewhere in those formative years, Johnson developed a worldview that would place him in fundamental opposition to one of the most basic facts about physical reality. He would spend his entire adult life arguing that the Earth was flat, that modern science was a form of false religion, and that the governments of the world were engaged in a massive conspiracy to deceive humanity about the nature of the cosmos. To dismiss Johnson as simply crazy or stupid would be to miss something important about how conspiracy beliefs form and persist. Johnson was intelligent, well-read, and capable of articulating his views with a certain internal logic. He was also utterly wrong about the shape of the Earth, the nature of space, and the reality of the Apollo moon landings. The pivotal moment in young Charles Johnson's intellectual development came in an elementary school classroom in San Angelo sometime in the early 1930s. His teacher was introducing the class to the globe, explaining that the Earth was a sphere rotating on its axis and orbiting the Sun. Johnson, even as a child, was skeptical. He raised his hand and asked the obvious question: if the Earth is a spinning ball, why don't things fall off? The teacher offered the standard explanation, the one given to countless questioning children: gravity holds everything in place. To illustrate, the teacher said that if you swing a bucket of water over your head fast enough, the water won't spill out due to centrifugal force. This explanation did not satisfy young Charles Johnson. When he got home from school that day, he went to the well, pumped some water into a bucket, and swung it around over his head. The teacher was right about the bucket. The water didn't spill out. But Johnson concluded that this demonstration had nothing whatever to do with whether the Earth was a sphere. The centrifugal force keeping water in a bucket had no logical connection to gravity keeping oceans on a rotating planet. The teacher's analogy was false, and if the teacher had to resort to false analogies, perhaps the entire story about the spherical Earth was false as well. Right there, as a child of 7 or 8 years old, Charles Kenneth Johnson rejected the globe and never found reason to change his mind. This childhood moment is revealing for several reasons. First, it shows that Johnson's flat Earth belief was not something he adopted later in life due to exposure to conspiracy theories or religious fundamentalism. It was a conclusion he reached independently as a child, based on what he perceived as logical flaws in the explanations he was given. Second, it demonstrates a characteristic of conspiratorial thinking, the rejection of expert authority in favor of one's own reasoning. The teacher represented scientific consensus, the accumulated knowledge of centuries of astronomical observation and physical theory. But Johnson, even as a child, was willing to reject this consensus based on his own logical analysis. Third, it shows how a misunderstanding of physics can lead to fundamentally wrong conclusions. The bucket demonstration was not intended to directly simulate the Earth. It was intended to illustrate the concept that motion can create forces. Johnson's rejection of the analogy was technically correct, but his conclusion that this meant the Earth could not be a sphere was wrong. Johnson formally left school as a teenager, rejecting what he called the spherical school system, but he did not stop learning. He was, by all accounts, remarkably well-read, consuming books on a wide variety of subjects. He educated himself through voracious reading, developing strong opinions on topics ranging from theology to politics to the nature of reality itself. He worked various jobs in Texas, then Colorado, and eventually ended up in California. Throughout these years, his conviction that the Earth was flat remained a core part of his identity and worldview. He did not keep this belief private. He was willing to discuss it, argue about it, try to convince others. This marked him as an eccentric, but also as someone with deep convictions and the courage to express them regardless of social pressure. In 1959, Johnson walked into a record store in San Francisco to buy a copy of Acker Bilk's haunting instrumental hit, Stranger on the Shore. Inside the store, he encountered a woman named Marjorie Waugh, who was there to purchase the same record. This chance meeting would change both of their lives. Johnson and Waugh discovered they had more in common than their taste in music. Both were ethical vegetarians, opposed to the use of animals for food. Both were ardent anti-vivisectionists, opposing medical experimentation on animals, and most remarkably, both were convinced that the Earth was flat. Marjorie Waugh, who had been born in Australia, was a lifelong flat earther. She would later explain her reasoning with simple logic. If the Earth were a sphere, she would have spent her childhood in Australia hanging upside down by her toes. Since this had not happened, the Earth must be flat. The meeting between Charles Johnson and Marjorie Waugh was, from their perspective, clearly fate. Here were two people who shared a conviction so unusual that they had each likely never met another person who held it. They fell in love and married, forming a partnership that would last for the rest of their lives. Together, they would dedicate themselves to promoting flat Earth beliefs and opposing what they saw as the great deception of modern science. They were, as Charles would later put it, two witnesses against the whole world. Sometime in the late 1960s, the Johnsons learned about Samuel Shenton and the International Flat Earth Research Society in England. Charles immediately wrote to Shenton, applying for membership. He was accepted, and a satisfying correspondence began between the Johnsons in California and Shenton in England. For the first time, the Johnsons were connected to a community, however small, of people who shared their beliefs. They were not alone. There were others who understood that the Earth was flat, who rejected the globe model, who saw through the deceptions of modern astronomy and space exploration. When Samuel Shenton died in 1971, Charles Johnson was the logical choice to take over the organization. He was younger than most of Shenton's associates, energetic, committed, and willing to devote himself full-time to leading the organization. He had the passion and conviction necessary to keep the movement alive. In 1972, the headquarters of the International Flat Earth Research Society officially moved from England to California, to the Johnsons' home near Lancaster, in the Mojave Desert. The mantle of leadership, along with Shenton's small but precious library of flat Earth books and literature, passed to Charles Kenneth Johnson. The location of the new headquarters was deeply ironic. The Johnsons lived on a 5-acre plot on a hillside overlooking the Mojave Desert near the town of Lancaster in Southern California. About 20 miles to the west was Lancaster proper, and beyond it another 20 miles or so stood the Tehachapi Mountains. To the north, just over a nearby hill and out of direct sight, lay Edwards Air Force Base, one of the most important aerospace facilities in the United States. This was where the Air Force tested experimental aircraft, where the X-15 rocket plane had broken speed and altitude records, where the space shuttle would later land after returning from orbit. Also nearby was the Rockwell International plant where the space shuttle was built. Charles Johnson, the man who insisted that space travel was impossible and that the space program was an elaborate hoax, lived within a few miles of facilities where some of the most advanced aerospace technology in the world was being developed and tested. Johnson was well aware of this irony and even found it amusing. He would sit on his property, smoking a cigar or hand-rolling a cigarette with the skill that made his cigarettes look factory-made, watching the sun set over what he saw as the flat desert below. Sometimes he could see aircraft taking off from Edwards, including test flights of experimental vehicles. He knew people who worked at Edwards and at Rockwell. They would tell him about problems with the space shuttle, about tiles falling off, about the vehicle having trouble fitting on the 747 carrier aircraft. To Johnson, these stories confirmed his belief that the space shuttle was never intended to actually fly, that it was part of an elaborate deception. Life at the headquarters of the International Flat Earth Research Society was rustic. The power lines ended at the bottom of the hill, so the Johnsons relied on a diesel generator that they ran during the cool evening hours. Water had to be hauled up the hill. Their nearest neighbor was half a mile away. They shared their home with half a dozen dogs, several cats, a flock of chickens, and a multitude of sparrows that roosted in the Joshua trees. It was isolated, private, and perfect for two people who had positioned themselves in opposition to the entire worldview of modern civilization. At election time, their cabin doubled as the polling place for the eastern half of the precinct, a small connection to civic life. Charles Johnson threw himself into his role as president of the International Flat Earth Research Society with complete dedication. It was a full-time job, and having his office at home made it easy to work long hours. He edited and published the Flat Earth News, a quarterly tabloid that was, as one observer noted, surely the nation's most frankly worded periodical. The publication was distinctive in its uncompromising tone, its willingness to call the space program a fraud in the bluntest possible terms, and its mixture of flat Earth theory, biblical interpretation, and commentary on current events. Johnson wrote most of the content himself, though Marjorie contributed a regular column. Johnson's writing style in the Flat Earth News was confrontational and often sarcastic. He was not interested in gentle persuasion or diplomatic language. He referred to the heliocentric model as the spinning greaseball theory, claiming that since the ancient Greeks had originated the spherical Earth concept and ball in Greek was related to the word sphere, he would just call it a greaseball. He described the modern scientific consensus as a ball-bearing universe. He dismissed space exploration as wild, weird stuff and referred to NASA's activities as elaborate theater designed to deceive the masses. This tone was very different from Samuel Shenton's more polite skepticism. Johnson was not asking questions, he was making accusations. Under Johnson's leadership, the International Flat Earth Research Society grew substantially. From just a handful of members under Shenton, the organization grew to claim around 3,500 members at its peak in the mid-1980s. Membership was open to anyone regarded as sincerely seeking the truth, but Johnson required prospective members to sign an agreement stating that they would never defame the society. This was implemented after Johnson felt compelled to evict a skeptical writer who had joined apparently to write a mocking article. Those accepted received a membership card, a certificate, and a subscription to the Flat Earth News. Letters poured into the Lancaster headquarters from around the world. Johnson conscientiously answered all requests for information, seeing this as part of his mission to spread the truth about the flat Earth. He was regularly interviewed by curious journalists, appeared on radio call-in shows, occasionally did television interviews, and sometimes gave public lectures. He became a minor celebrity, known for cheerfully insisting that the rest of the world was being duped by scientists and governments. Journalists found him endlessly quotable, a bearded, distinguished-looking man with a soft Texas drawl, a wry sense of humor, and a booming laugh. He was friendly, articulate, and utterly convinced of the truth of his beliefs. Charles Johnson's flat Earth conviction was rooted in what he called common sense and direct observation, but it was also deeply tied to his religious beliefs. He saw the Bible as a flat Earth book, pointing to various passages that described the Earth as having four corners, that referred to the firmament above the Earth, that described the sun standing still rather than the Earth stopping its rotation. For Johnson, the heliocentric model and the spherical Earth were not simply scientific theories, they were attacks on biblical truth. As he put it, the whole point of the Copernican theory is to get rid of Jesus by saying there is no up and no down. The spinning ball thing just makes the whole Bible a big joke. If Jesus ascended up into heaven, there must be an up, which required a fixed direction, which was impossible on a rotating sphere in space. However, Johnson was careful to distinguish his organization from religious fundamentalist groups. He did not want the Flat Earth Society to be seen as merely a Bible-thumping organization. He emphasized evidence and observation, not scripture quotation. When he contacted Henry Morris, founder of the Institute for Creation Research, hoping to find common ground between biblical literalists, the meeting did not go well. Morris was defensive about suggestions that the Bible taught a flat Earth, and Johnson found Morris's approach too focused on trying to dress up biblical literalism in scientific language. Johnson wanted to present flat Earth facts, not flat Earth science, because he saw science itself as a false religion. This brings us to Johnson's comprehensive conspiracy theory, which provided the context for the 1980 accusation about the moon landing. Johnson believed that governments around the world were secretly run by people who knew the Earth was flat, but maintained the spherical deception to control the masses. He believed that after World War II, there had been a plan by Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin to declare the Earth flat and establish a world government under the United Nations. The United Nations symbol, an azimuthal equidistant polar projection showing the Earth as a flat disk with the North Pole at the center and Antarctica as an ice ring around the edge, was to Johnson proof of this plan. This was the Flat Earth map. The plan had only been derailed by Roosevelt's death in April 1945. In this worldview, the space program was partly a way to maintain the spherical Earth deception and partly a jobs program for otherwise unemployable people, what Johnson sarcastically called a WPA project for Kennedy Democrats. Every satellite launch was fake, every orbital mission was staged, and certainly the moon landings were elaborate theater. And if the moon landings were faked, someone had to have done the faking. This is where Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick entered Johnson's conspiracy theory. By 1980, Johnson was ready to name the conspirators specifically, and the accusation that marks the peak of moon landing conspiracy absurdity was born. Chapter 4: The Flat Earth News and Johnson's Kingdom. From a modest cabin on a hillside in the Mojave Desert, Charles Kenneth Johnson ran what was surely one of the most unusual publishing operations in America. The Flat Earth News, a quarterly 4-page tabloid that served as the official publication of the International Flat Earth Research Society, emerged from the Johnson household with remarkable regularity throughout the 1970s and early 1980s. This was not a slick magazine with glossy pages and professional layout. It was a straightforward tabloid, printed on newsprint, filled with bold headlines, capital letters used for emphasis, and a tone that mixed biblical literalism, conspiracy theory, and outright mockery of mainstream science. The Flat Earth News was Charles Johnson's primary tool for spreading his message to the world, and it provides invaluable insight into how the Flat Earth movement under his leadership evolved toward the peak absurdity of the 1980 moon landing accusation. Johnson handled every aspect of the publication himself, from writing most of the content to managing subscriptions to mailing out each issue. His wife Marjorie contributed a regular column and helped with the practical work of getting each issue printed and distributed. The subscription cost was included in the annual membership dues, which ranged from $6 to $10 during Johnson's leadership. This was remarkably inexpensive, and Johnson paid for printing costs out of his own pocket when membership dues did not cover expenses. He was not in this for profit. He was in it because he believed he was fighting for truth against a conspiracy that encompassed governments, scientists, and educational institutions worldwide. The writing style in the Flat Earth News was unlike anything else in the conspiracy literature of the era. Johnson had developed a distinctive voice characterized by sarcasm, capital letters for emphasis, creative insults directed at mainstream science, and an absolute conviction that he was right and everyone else was either deceived or part of the deception. He referred to the heliocentric model as the spinning greaseball theory or the ball-bearing universe. He called scientists priests of the modern religion of science. He described NASA as the never-a-straight-answer agency. He dismissed astronauts as actors playing roles in an elaborate theater production. This was not gentle questioning or polite disagreement. This was aggressive, confrontational rhetoric from a man who saw himself as one of the few truth-tellers in a world drowning in lies. A typical issue of the Flat Earth News might include an article by Johnson explaining why photographs of Earth from space were obviously fake, a column by Marjorie discussing how the flat Earth was clearly taught in the Bible, letters from members asking questions or sharing their own experiences trying to convince others of flat Earth truth, and advertisements or announcements about flat Earth literature available for purchase. Johnson was particularly fond of pointing out what he saw as contradictions or absurdities in mainstream science. If scientists claimed the Earth was rotating at roughly 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, why did people not feel this motion? If the Earth was also orbiting the Sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, and the entire solar system was moving through the galaxy at hundreds of thousands of miles per hour, how could anyone possibly navigate or predict where anything would be? These questions, from Johnson's perspective, were devastating to the heliocentric model. Of course, they had been answered by physics centuries earlier. Objects moving at constant velocity do not experience or create forces that can be felt. We do not feel the Earth's rotation for the same reason passengers on a smoothly moving airplane do not feel like they are traveling at 500 miles per hour. The physics is straightforward and has been understood since Galileo and Newton. But Johnson rejected this physics as circular reasoning, as scientists inventing explanations to support their predetermined conclusions. He preferred what he called common sense, by which he meant direct sensory experience. Since he could not feel the Earth moving, it must not be moving. Since the ground appeared flat, it must be flat. This zetetic approach, accepting only direct observation and rejecting theoretical frameworks, was the foundation of Johnson's epistemology. The Flat Earth News also served as a vehicle for Johnson to comment on current events through the lens of flat Earth conspiracy theory. When the Space Shuttle program was announced in the 1970s, Johnson devoted significant space in his newsletter to arguing that the shuttle was a fraud, that it would never actually fly into space, and that the entire program was another NASA deception. When the first shuttle flights occurred in 1981, Johnson claimed they were elaborate hoaxes, that the shuttle had never left the atmosphere, and that the footage shown on television was either pre-recorded or filmed in a studio. He knew people who worked at nearby Edwards Air Force Base and at the Rockwell plant where the shuttle was built. They told him stories about technical problems, about tiles falling off the shuttle, about difficulties getting the vehicle to fit properly on the Boeing 747 carrier aircraft. To Johnson, these stories confirmed that the shuttle was not a functioning spacecraft, but a prop in an ongoing deception. Johnson's newsletter also reflected his broader worldview, which went far beyond simply believing the Earth was flat. He was deeply suspicious of government, seeing it as fundamentally corrupt and controlled by conspirators who knew the Earth was flat but maintained the spherical deception for their own purposes. He was intensely religious, seeing the Bible as literally true in every detail and viewing modern science as a false religion designed to lead people away from God. He was a committed vegetarian and anti-vivisectionist, opposing the use of animals for food or medical research. He was skeptical of modern medicine, believing that many vaccines and treatments were harmful. He saw connections and conspiracies everywhere, from the United Nations using a flat Earth map as its symbol to the cooperation between Kennedy and Khrushchev to fake the space race. This last conspiracy theory is particularly revealing. Johnson claimed that President John F. Kennedy and Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev were actually close friends who collaborated to create the illusion of a space race. The apparent competition between the United States and Soviet Union to achieve space milestones was, in Johnson's view, a coordinated effort to convince the world that space travel was possible, thereby maintaining the spherical Earth deception. Both leaders and their successors benefited from the space race by securing massive government funding that could be siphoned off to friends and supporters. The Apollo program, with its budget of roughly $25 billion, was essentially a jobs program for Democrats and a way to funnel money to contractors. The moon landings themselves were the culmination of this conspiracy, the ultimate proof of space travel capability that would silence skeptics forever. Except, of course, that according to Johnson, the moon landings never happened. The growth of the International Flat Earth Research Society under Johnson's leadership was remarkable given the nature of the belief system being promoted. From Samuel Shenton's small group of a few dozen members, the organization grew to claim roughly 3,500 members at its peak in the mid-1980s. These members were scattered around the world, though most were in the United States and the United Kingdom. They received their copies of the Flat Earth News, a membership card, and a certificate suitable for framing. They were encouraged to spread flat Earth truth in their own communities, to write letters to newspapers, to call in to radio shows, to educate friends and family. Some members were deeply committed believers who had independently arrived at flat Earth conclusions before discovering the organization. Others were more casual supporters who enjoyed being part of something unconventional or who had religious reasons for wanting to support a literal reading of the Bible. Johnson personally answered every letter that came to the Society's headquarters. This was a significant commitment of time and effort, but he saw it as essential to his mission. People wrote from around the world asking questions, seeking advice on how to argue for the flat Earth, requesting additional literature, or simply wanting to connect with like-minded individuals. Johnson responded to each letter, sometimes with lengthy explanations of flat Earth theory, sometimes with book recommendations, sometimes with encouragement to keep fighting for the truth despite ridicule from the mainstream. He maintained this correspondence personally because he did not trust anyone else to properly represent the Society's positions. He was the president, the public face, the primary theorist, and the gatekeeper who decided who could join and who was rejected as insincere or as a potential infiltrator. The membership application process revealed Johnson's concerns about skeptics and journalists who might join simply to mock the organization. After an incident where a writer joined and then published a disparaging article, Johnson implemented a requirement that all prospective members sign an agreement stating they would never defame the Society. This was a reasonable precaution from Johnson's perspective, though it also revealed the defensive posture of an organization that knew it was widely ridiculed. Flat Earthers were accustomed to being laughed at, to being dismissed as lunatics or idiots. Johnson's response was not to soften his rhetoric or to seek common ground with mainstream science. His response was to become more confrontational, to attack the credentials and motives of his critics, to insist that he was right and that history would eventually vindicate him. The location of the Society's headquarters near Edwards Air Force Base provided Johnson with ongoing material for his newsletter. He could literally look across the desert and see aircraft taking off from one of the most important aerospace facilities in the world. Test pilots flew experimental aircraft that pushed the boundaries of speed and altitude. The X-15 rocket plane had flown to the edge of space from Edwards. The space shuttle would land on the dry lake bed at Edwards after missions. All of this activity, from Johnson's perspective, was either conventional aircraft testing or part of the elaborate deception about space travel. He found it amusing that the headquarters of the International Flat Earth Research Society was located so close to facilities supposedly involved in space exploration. It was like being behind enemy lines, observing the machinery of the conspiracy at close range. Johnson occasionally gave lectures and talks to groups interested in hearing about flat Earth theory. He was, by all accounts, an engaging speaker with a booming laugh and a gift for storytelling. He could make flat Earth theory sound almost plausible, at least in the moment. By focusing on questions that seemed to have no obvious answer and by framing mainstream science as a form of religious faith rather than empirical investigation. Why do we believe the Earth is round? Because teachers and textbooks told us so. Have we personally verified it? For most people, no. We accept it on authority, which Johnson argued was no different from religious faith. His alternative, accepting only direct observation and rejecting abstract theoretical frameworks, had its own appeal. The ground looks flat, therefore it is flat. The horizon appears flat, therefore it is flat. This was zetetic reasoning, and Johnson could make it sound like simple common sense rather than profound misunderstanding of how observation, perspective, and physics work. Journalists who interviewed Johnson typically found him friendly, articulate, and genuinely convinced of his beliefs. He was not putting on an act for attention. He was not running a con or making money from gullible followers. He genuinely believed that the Earth was flat, that the Bible taught a flat Earth, and that governments and scientists were engaged in a massive conspiracy to deceive humanity. This sincerity made him more interesting to journalists than if he had simply been a cynical grifter. Here was a man who had rejected one of the most basic facts about the physical world and built his entire life around promoting this rejection. He lived modestly in the desert, devoted his time to answering correspondence and publishing his newsletter, and seemed utterly at peace with his position as an outsider arguing against the entire scientific establishment. The content of the Flat Earth news in the late 1970s began to focus increasingly on the moon landing conspiracy. Johnson had always maintained that the Apollo missions were faked, but by 1979 and 1980, he was becoming more specific about how the fakery was accomplished and who was responsible. This evolution reflected both the broader conspiracy culture of the era and Johnson's own synthesis of various conspiracy theories into a comprehensive narrative. He was aware of Bill Kaysing's 1974 book arguing that the moon landings were faked. He was aware of the emerging theories about Stanley Kubrick's involvement based on his work on 2001, A Space Odyssey. He was aware of the historical connections between Walt Disney and the space program, and he began to weave these threads together into a grand unified conspiracy theory. Result, which appeared in the Flat Earth news and in Johnson's public statements around 1980, was the accusation that Hollywood had been the production facility for the faked moon landings, that Walt Disney had been the sponsor, that Arthur C. Clarke had written the script, and that Stanley Kubrick had directed the footage. This was not presented as speculation or theory. Johnson stated it as fact, with the confidence of someone who believed he understood exactly how the conspiracy worked. The details of how he arrived at this specific accusation, how he claimed to know these particular individuals were involved, were never clearly explained. It seemed to be a synthesis of existing conspiracy theories combined with Johnson's own interpretation of who would have the means, motive, and opportunity to fake the greatest deception in history. By 1980, the Flat Earth news had become the primary vehicle for spreading what can only be described as the peak absurdity of moon landing conspiracy theories. The newsletter's readers, scattered across the United States and beyond, received Johnson's accusation about Hollywood, Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick as confirmation of what they already suspected. Of course, the moon landings were faked. Of course, Hollywood was involved. Where else could such a production be staged? Of course, famous names from entertainment and science fiction were involved. Who else had the imagination and technical skill? The accusation, absurd as it was, fit perfectly within the worldview that the Flat Earth news had been cultivating for years. And because it was published in an official newsletter by the president of an organization with thousands of members, it gained a veneer of credibility that it absolutely did not deserve. Chapter 5: Flat Earth Cosmology, the Impossible Universe. To understand why the Flat Earth Society's 1980 accusation about the moon landing required naming Hollywood, Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick as conspirators, we must first understand the cosmology that underpinned flat Earth belief. This was not simply a disagreement about the shape of our planet. It was a comprehensive alternative model of the entire cosmos, one that necessitated rejecting virtually all of modern astronomy, physics, and space science. In the Flat Earth model promoted by Charles Johnson and the International Flat Earth Research Society, the universe was not billions of light years across with billions of galaxies, each containing billions of stars. Instead, the cosmos was small, local, and structured entirely differently from what science described. In this model, space travel was not merely difficult or dangerous, it was literally impossible. The Flat Earth cosmology begins with the shape of the Earth itself. Instead of a sphere roughly 8,000 miles in diameter, the Earth in this model is a flat disk. The North Pole sits at the center of this disk. The continents and oceans are arranged around the North Pole more or less as they appear on an azimuthal equidistant projection map, which is the type of map used as the symbol of the United Nations. This map projection, which shows the North Pole at the center and radiates outward to show the entire world, became important evidence for flat earthers. Why would the United Nations use a flat Earth map as its symbol unless the organization knew the Earth was actually flat? Of course, this projection is simply a useful way to show the entire world in a single image and has no bearing on the actual shape of the Earth. But for flat earthers like Johnson, everything was evidence of conspiracy. Around the outer edge of the flat Earth disk, at what would be roughly 60 degrees south latitude on a globe, lies Antarctica. In the Flat Earth model, Antarctica is not a continent at the South Pole. Instead, it is a massive wall of ice that forms a ring completely around the circumference of the flat Earth. This ice wall, which flat earthers claimed was roughly 150 feet high or more, prevents the oceans from spilling off the edge of the disk. Beyond the ice wall, flat Earth theorists were vague about what existed. Some suggested more ice extending indefinitely. Others suggested unknown lands that explorers had never reached. A few suggested that beyond the ice wall might be other flat Earth disks, perhaps where other creations existed, though this was speculative even within flat Earth theory. The existence of this ice wall was crucial to flat Earth cosmology because it explained why no one had ever fallen off the edge of the Earth or sailed beyond the southern boundary. Antarctica, in reality, has been extensively explored and mapped. It is a continent roughly 5.5 million square miles in area, with research stations operated by numerous countries. But in flat Earth cosmology, all of this exploration was either fake or limited to the portions of the ice wall that governments allowed people to access. Any explorer who claimed to have crossed Antarctica from one side to the other was either lying or mistaken. Any photographs showing Antarctica as a landmass rather than a surrounding wall were fabricated. The Antarctic Treaty of 1959, which designated Antarctica as a scientific preserve and prohibited military activity, was interpreted by flat earthers as evidence that governments were cooperating to keep people away from the ice wall to prevent discovery of the truth. Above the flat Earth disk, at a height that varied in different flat Earth models but was typically claimed to be roughly 3,000 miles, floated the Sun and Moon. These were not the massive bodies described by astronomy, with the Sun being roughly 865,000 miles in diameter and 93 million miles away. Instead, flat Earth cosmology held that the Sun and Moon were each roughly 32 miles in diameter, local objects suspended above the flat Earth. The Sun and Moon moved in circular paths above the Earth, always remaining at the same height but changing their positions relative to the disk. This movement explained day and night, as the Sun illuminated the portion of the Earth over which it was currently positioned while leaving the rest in darkness. The seasons in flat Earth cosmology were explained by changes in the diameter of the Sun's circular path. During the northern summer, the Sun's path contracted toward the center of the disk, spending more time illuminating the northern regions and less time over the southern ice wall. During the northern winter, the Sun's path expanded toward the outer edge of the disk, spending less time over the northern regions and more time near the ice wall. This model had numerous problems, including the fact that it predicted simultaneous seasons in the northern and southern hemispheres rather than opposite seasons. But flat earthers either did not notice this contradiction or explained it away with additional ad hoc hypotheses. The stars in flat Earth cosmology were not distant suns located light years away. They were small lights attached to a solid dome or firmament that arched over the flat Earth. This dome, often called the firmament based on the biblical term, was conceived as a solid structure separating the Earth from the waters above. The exact nature and composition of the firmament was debated even among flat earthers, but the common view was that it was a transparent or translucent solid shell with the stars embedded in it or attached to it. The stars appeared to move across the sky because the firmament rotated, carrying the stars with it. The height of the firmament varied in different flat Earth models, but was typically placed at roughly 3,000 miles, similar to the height of the Sun and Moon, or at distances measured in thousands of miles rather than light years. In Charles Johnson's particular version of flat Earth cosmology, influenced by Samuel Shenton's earlier work, there were multiple heavens stacked above the firmament. Johnson sometimes referenced the biblical phrase about Paul being caught up to the third heaven as evidence for this multi-layered structure. The firmament visible from Earth was the first heaven. Above it were additional layers or realms, culminating in the highest heaven where God's throne was located. This theological cosmology placed heaven literally above the earth in a spatial sense, with God looking down on creation from above the dome. The resurrection and ascension of Jesus, in this framework, involved literal upward movement through the firmament and into the higher heavens. Gravity in flat Earth cosmology did not exist as described by physics. The concept of gravity as a force of mutual attraction between masses was rejected as a theoretical invention designed to make the heliocentric model work. Instead, flat earthers explained why objects fall downward by appealing to density and buoyancy. Objects denser than air fall, objects less dense than air rise, and that was all that needed to be explained. When pressed on, Y down was consistently toward the Earth rather than in some arbitrary direction. Flat earthers might invoke the concept of a universal acceleration, with the flat Earth disk accelerating upward at roughly 32 feet per second, creating the appearance of gravitational attraction. This explanation created its own problems, including what was causing this acceleration and what would happen when the Earth's velocity became arbitrarily large. But these concerns were typically dismissed or ignored. This cosmological framework made space travel, as understood by science, completely impossible. There was no outer space in the sense of a vacuum extending billions of light years in all directions. The cosmos was small and enclosed. The dome of the firmament prevented anything from traveling beyond roughly 3,000 miles above the Earth's surface. Satellites could not be in orbit because orbit requires gravity and vacuum, neither of which existed in flat Earth cosmology. The Moon was not 240,000 miles away, but only 3,000 miles away, and it was a small, self-luminous disk rather than a large, rocky body reflecting sunlight. The idea of traveling to the Moon and walking on its surface was absurd within this framework. The Moon was not a place one could visit. It was a light in the firmament. This brings us to the necessary conclusion from flat Earth cosmology. Every aspect of the space program had to be fake, not just the Moon landings, but everything. Sputnik in 1957 was fake. Yuri Gagarin's orbital flight in 1961 was fake. John Glenn's orbital flight in 1962 was fake. The Gemini program, the Apollo program, the Space Shuttle, the International Space Station, satellites, space telescopes, Mars rovers, Voyager spacecraft reaching the outer planets and beyond. All of it was an elaborate, coordinated, multi-generational conspiracy involving governments, space agencies, scientists, engineers, and the mass media worldwide. The alternative, accepting that even one of these missions was real, would require acknowledging that the flat Earth cosmology was wrong. And for true believers like Charles Johnson, this was impossible. The conspiracy required to maintain the flat Earth deception, in Johnson's view, was enormous but not implausible to him. Governments had demonstrated their willingness to deceive populations about matters of war and peace. The Watergate scandal had shown that even American presidents engaged in criminal conspiracies. The CIA had conducted secret experiments on unwitting subjects. If governments would lie about these things, why would they not lie about the shape of the Earth and the nature of space? The motivation for the conspiracy, according to Johnson, was control. By convincing people that they lived on a spinning ball in an unimaginably vast universe, the conspirators made humanity feel small, insignificant, and powerless. By denying the biblical cosmology, the conspirators undermined religious faith and made people dependent on scientific authorities. The space program, with its massive budgets and prestigious achievements, was the crown jewel of this deception. Within this conspiratorial framework, the 1980 accusation about Hollywood, Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick made perfect sense. If the moon landings were faked, someone had to have done the faking. NASA, as a government agency, could coordinate the conspiracy, but they needed technical expertise to create convincing footage. Where would that expertise come from? Hollywood, obviously, which had been creating visual illusions for decades. Who in Hollywood had the resources and the connections to the space program? Walt Disney, who had produced educational programs about space with Wernher von Braun. Who could write a convincing script for the lunar missions? Arthur C. Clarke, the science fiction master who had just collaborated on 2001, A Space Odyssey. Who could direct footage that would look realistic? Stanley Kubrick, whose film had set a new standard for depicting space on screen. The accusation was the logical endpoint of combining flat Earth cosmology with moon landing conspiracy theories. It named specific individuals who had the means, opportunity, and technical skills to perpetrate the hoax. It connected dots that seemed to Johnson to form a clear picture. And it represented the moment when moon landing conspiracy theories reached peak absurdity, when the claims became so elaborate and so divorced from reality that they serve as a cautionary tale about how conspiracy thinking, once started, can spiral into complete fantasy. Chapter 6: The Space Age as Existential Threat. The launch of Sputnik 1 by the Soviet Union on October 4, 1957, marked the beginning of the space age and simultaneously created an existential crisis for flat Earth believers. Here was an artificial satellite, roughly the size of a beach ball and weighing about 184 pounds, circling the Earth every 96 minutes at an altitude of roughly 570 miles. It transmitted radio signals on frequencies of 20 and 40 megahertz that could be picked up by amateur radio operators around the world. Its orbit could be observed visually as it reflected sunlight while passing overhead, and it fundamentally challenged the cosmology that flat Earth believers had been promoting for over a century. For Samuel Shenton, who had founded the International Flat Earth Research Society just 1 year before Sputnik's launch, the satellite represented a direct threat to his worldview. His response was to question whether Sputnik was really in orbit at all. When asked by reporters to comment on the Soviet achievement, Shenton suggested that sailing around the Isle of Wight did not prove the island was spherical, and in the same way, orbiting objects did not prove the Earth was spherical. This response was clever rhetoric, but empty logic. An object orbiting Earth does, in fact, demonstrate that Earth has sufficient mass to create a gravitational field, that a vacuum exists at high altitude, and that the basic physics of orbital mechanics are correct. All of these facts are incompatible with flat Earth cosmology. The problem for flat earthers was that Sputnik was not an isolated claim that could be dismissed as Soviet propaganda. American tracking stations confirmed the satellite's orbit. Amateur radio operators in the United States and Europe picked up its signals. Ordinary people could go outside at the right time and see the satellite passing overhead as a bright moving point of light. The launch of Sputnik was followed just 1 month later by Sputnik 2, which carried a dog named Laika into orbit. Then came the American satellite Explorer 1 in January 1958, followed by Vanguard 1 in March. Within months of Sputnik's launch, there were multiple satellites in orbit, all broadcasting radio signals, all visible to observers on the ground, all providing continuous evidence that orbital mechanics worked exactly as physics predicted. Flat Earth believers faced a choice: acknowledge that their cosmology was wrong, or develop elaborate alternative explanations for what satellites actually were and how they functioned. Shenton and later Johnson chose the latter path. Satellites, they argued, were not really in orbit. They were either high-altitude aircraft staying aloft through conventional means, or they were high-altitude balloons, or they did not exist at all except as radio transmitters on the ground pretending to be in space. The visual observations of satellites passing overhead were explained as aircraft or balloons catching the sunlight. The radio signals attributed to satellites were explained as ground-based transmissions. The elaborate calculations of orbital trajectories were dismissed as theater, impressive mathematical exercises that described imaginary rather than real motion. These explanations required assuming a conspiracy of enormous scope. Scientists at NASA, the Soviet space program, and space agencies in other countries would all have to be part of the deception or fooled by it. The companies that built satellites and launch vehicles would have to be complicit. The tracking stations around the world would have to be falsifying data. Amateur radio operators who picked up satellite signals would have to be mistaken about the source of those signals. And all of this would have to be maintained consistently over decades as the space program expanded. The alternative explanation that satellites were actually in orbit just as physics predicted was far simpler and consistent with all observations. But accepting this explanation required abandoning flat Earth cosmology, which true believers like Shenton and Johnson would not do. The Mercury program, which put the first Americans into space, created additional challenges for flat Earth believers. When Alan Shepard made a suborbital flight on May 5, 1961, reaching an altitude of roughly 116 miles and traveling at speeds up to 5,400 miles per hour, flat earthers could perhaps explain this as a very high-altitude aircraft flight. But when John Glenn orbited the Earth 3 times on February 20, 1962, spending nearly 5 hours in space and traveling roughly 81,000 miles, the explanations became more difficult. Glenn described seeing the curvature of the Earth from orbit, watching the sun rise and set multiple times, and experiencing weightlessness. His orbital path was tracked by stations around the world. His spacecraft splashed down in the predicted recovery zone. From the flat Earth perspective, all of this had to be either fake or misinterpreted. Glenn's flight was either a high-altitude aircraft flight that never left the atmosphere, or it was entirely simulated with Glenn sitting in a capsule on the ground while mission control read from a script. The descriptions of seeing Earth's curvature were either lies or misperceptions caused by looking through curved windows. The photographs showing Earth from space were either faked in a studio or created using special effects. The tracking data was fabricated. The recovery of the capsule from the ocean was either staged with a capsule that had been dropped from an aircraft, or the entire mission had been real, except that Glenn had never actually been high enough to leave the atmosphere. The Gemini program, which ran from 1965 to 1966 and included 10 crewed missions, pushed flat Earth explanations even further. Gemini missions involved 2 astronauts staying in orbit for up to 14 days, performing spacewalks, demonstrating rendezvous and docking procedures, and proving out the technologies that would be needed for the Apollo moon missions. Astronaut Ed White performed the first American spacewalk during Gemini 4, spending 23 minutes outside his spacecraft while tethered to it. Photographs and film footage showed White floating in space with Earth visible far below. This imagery was broadcast on television and published in newspapers and magazines worldwide. For flat Earth believers, the Gemini program represented an escalation of the deception. Not only were NASA and the astronauts claiming to orbit the Earth, they were now claiming to leave the spacecraft and float in the vacuum of space. The images were stunning and widely believed, which made them dangerous to the flat Earth narrative. Johnson's response, and that of flat earthers generally, was to claim that the spacewalk footage was filmed either underwater to simulate weightlessness or on elaborate sets using special effects and wire work to create the illusion of floating. The images of Earth in the background were either matte paintings, photographs projected onto screens, or more recently, computer-generated imagery. Every piece of evidence for the reality of space exploration was explained away as movie magic. This brings us to the significance of 2001, A Space Odyssey in Flat Earth conspiracy thinking. Stanley Kubrick's film premiered in April 1968, just as the Apollo program was reaching its final stages before the moon landing. The film featured groundbreaking special effects that created the most realistic depiction of space travel yet seen in cinema. Kubrick worked with technical advisors to ensure accuracy in the depiction of orbital mechanics, spacecraft design, and the experience of living in space. The film's special effects, particularly the use of front projection and rotating sets to simulate zero gravity, were revolutionary. Audiences watching 2001 saw what space travel could look like with a level of visual sophistication that matched or exceeded anything seen in NASA footage. For flat Earth conspiracy theorists, 2001 was a gift. Here was proof that Hollywood could create utterly convincing depictions of space travel using special effects available in the late 1960s. If Kubrick could make space look this realistic in a film, could he not also create fake footage of moon landings for NASA? The timing was suspicious. 2001 premiered in 1968, just 1 year before Apollo 11. Kubrick had worked closely with Arthur C. Clarke, a known space advocate with connections to NASA. The film's level of technical accuracy suggested consultation with space program insiders, and Kubrick's reputation as an obsessive perfectionist suggested he could be trusted to create footage that would fool even experts. The problem with this conspiracy theory, from a factual standpoint, is that the special effects in 2001 look nothing like real space footage. Kubrick's depictions of space were artistic and stylized. The lunar surface in 2001 was clearly a set, with painted backdrops and artificial lighting that created a dramatically lit scene rather than the harsh, high-contrast lighting of actual lunar photographs. The spacecraft movements were smooth and graceful, choreographed for cinematic effect rather than following the actual physics of orbital mechanics. The Earth as seen from space in the film was a photograph or model, not the dynamic, cloud-covered sphere seen in real space imagery. Any expert comparing Kubrick's fictional space scenes with actual NASA footage could immediately tell the difference. But for flat Earth believers like Charles Johnson, these distinctions did not matter. What mattered was that Hollywood had the capability to create convincing illusions, that Kubrick had demonstrated this capability at exactly the right moment, and that this capability could have been used to fake the moon landings. The accusation that would emerge in 1980 naming Kubrick as the director of the fake moon landing footage was built on this foundation. It did not matter that Kubrick's fictional depictions looked different from real space footage. What mattered was that he could create convincing illusions. And this ability made him a suspect in the conspiracy. The Apollo program itself, which culminated in 6 successful moon landings between July 1969 and December 1972, was the ultimate challenge to flat Earth cosmology. Here were not just claims of orbiting Earth, but claims of traveling roughly 240,000 miles to another celestial body, landing on it, walking on its surface, collecting samples, taking photographs, and returning safely to Earth. The Apollo missions were broadcast live on television. The astronauts' conversations with mission control were heard by millions. The lunar surface walks showed astronauts moving in 1/6 gravity, kicking up dust that fell in ballistic arcs impossible to replicate in Earth's atmosphere, and planting flags and scientific instruments. The missions returned 842 pounds of lunar rocks and soil that have been studied by scientists around the world for over 50 years. From the flat Earth perspective, every aspect of the Apollo program had to be fake, because the moon was not a place that could be visited. It was a light in the firmament, roughly 32 miles across and 3,000 miles high, not a rocky world 240,000 miles away. The lunar missions were therefore the most elaborate deception yet attempted, requiring a level of coordination and technical sophistication that only Hollywood could provide. And if Hollywood was involved, specific individuals must have been responsible. By 1980, Charles Johnson was ready to name those individuals: Walt Disney as sponsor, Arthur C. Clarke as scriptwriter, Stanley Kubrick as director, and Hollywood as production facility. This accusation represented the inevitable conclusion of flat Earth cosmology confronting the space age. When your worldview makes space travel impossible, every space achievement must be fake. When you believe every space achievement is fake, you must explain how the fakery was accomplished. And when you try to explain how the fakery was accomplished, you end up naming Hollywood conspirators and reaching peak absurdity. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation was not an aberration. It was the logical endpoint of trying to maintain an impossible cosmology in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Chapter 10: Walt Disney and the Space Dream. Walt Disney's connection to space exploration was not a conspiracy theory fabrication or paranoid fantasy. It was real, documented, and profoundly important to the development of American enthusiasm for space travel in the 1950s and early 1960s. Disney genuinely loved the idea of space exploration and used his considerable talents as an entertainer and communicator to help the American public understand and embrace the coming space age. His collaboration with rocket scientist Wernher von Braun produced some of the most effective educational television programming about space ever created. The irony that Charles Johnson would later accuse Disney of sponsoring a fake moon landing is almost painful, given that Disney's actual contribution was to inspire real space exploration. Understanding Disney's genuine involvement with the space program is essential to appreciating just how absurd the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation truly was. Walt Disney's interest in the future and in technological progress was evident from the earliest days of his career. He was always attracted to new technologies and new possibilities. He pioneered synchronized sound in animation with Steamboat Willie in 1928. He created the first full-length animated feature film in America with Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs in 1937. He experimented with stereophonic sound and widescreen formats. He embraced television when other Hollywood studios still saw it as a threat. And when he decided to build Disneyland in the early 1950s, he included Tomorrowland as one of the park's 4 original themed lands, dedicating it to the promise of tomorrow in fun and fantasy. The original Tomorrowland, which opened with Disneyland on July 17, 1955, featured attractions that reflected Disney's optimistic vision of the future. There was the Trois Moonliner, a 76-foot-tall rocket ship that stood as the centerpiece of Tomorrowland, representing humanity's coming ventures into space. There was the Autopia, where guests could drive miniature cars on a highway of tomorrow. There was the Circarama Theater, showing a 360-degree film. And there were various exhibits from corporate sponsors showcasing technological innovations. Tomorrowland was Disney's attempt to create an environment where people could glimpse and experience the future that science and technology were building. But Tomorrowland was not just about entertainment. It was also educational. Disney believed that the future needed to be explained to people, that they needed to understand what was coming and why it mattered. This educational mission led Disney to create a series of television programs about space exploration that would have enormous impact on American culture and would forge a lasting connection between Disney and the space program. The story of how these programs came to be produced reveals both Disney's genuine enthusiasm for space and his talent for making complex subjects accessible to mass audiences. In the early 1950s, Wernher von Braun was already a prominent figure in American rocketry, though his background was controversial. Von Braun had been the chief architect of the Nazi V-2 rocket during World War II, the ballistic missile that Germany used to attack London and other cities. When Germany collapsed in 1945, von Braun and many of his team surrendered to American forces rather than be captured by the Soviets. Through Operation Paperclip, a secret program designed to recruit German scientists and engineers, von Braun and roughly 1,600 other former Nazi scientists were brought to the United States to work on American rocket programs. By the early 1950s, von Braun was chief of the Guided Missile Development Operation Division at the Army Ballistic Missile Agency at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. He had developed the Redstone rocket, which was being used for ballistic missile tests. But von Braun's ambitions extended far beyond military missiles. He dreamed of space exploration, of satellites in orbit, of space stations, of missions to the Moon and Mars. He had been writing about these dreams in technical journals and science fiction magazines since before the war. In 1952, he began writing a series of articles for Collier's magazine describing in technical detail how humanity could build a space station, travel to the moon, and eventually reach Mars. The Collier's articles, which ran from 1952 to 1954 and featured illustrations by renowned space artists Chesley Bonestell and Fred Freeman, captured the American public's imagination. Here was a serious rocket scientist, not a science fiction writer, explaining that space travel was not fantasy but achievable with existing or near-future technology. The articles were hugely popular and brought von Braun to national prominence. Walt Disney read these articles and was fascinated. Here was exactly the kind of serious, scientifically grounded vision of the future that he wanted to present in Tomorrowland and on his television program. Disney reached out to von Braun at Redstone Arsenal in 1954, inviting him to consult on a television show about space that Disney was planning. Von Braun enthusiastically agreed. The result was 3 groundbreaking television programs that aired as part of the Disneyland television series on ABC: Man in Space on March 9, 1955, Man and the Moon on December 28, 1955, and Mars and Beyond on December 4, 1957. These programs combined Disney's animation and storytelling abilities with von Braun's scientific expertise to create educational television that was both entertaining and rigorously accurate. Man in Space, the first of the 3 programs, was directed by Disney animator Ward Kimball and featured appearances by von Braun, rocket expert Willie Lee, and space medicine expert Heinz Haber. The program explained the history of rocketry, the challenges of space travel, including weightlessness and radiation, and the physics of how rockets work. Von Braun appeared on camera to explain his design for a 4-stage passenger-carrying rocket that could break free of Earth's gravitational pull and reach orbit. The program used animation to illustrate concepts that would have been difficult to show any other way, including a rocket launch sequence that depicted what the first trip into space might look like. The program was a sensation. It was watched by an estimated 42 million viewers, making it one of the most-watched television programs of its time. The response was so positive that Disney had an abridged version released theatrically as a featurette. More significantly, the program caught the attention of President Dwight Eisenhower, who requested a copy to show to Pentagon officials. The program was subsequently used to help explain the importance of space exploration to military and political leaders who controlled funding for rocket development. Disney's entertainment program had become an educational tool for advocating increased space spending. Man and the Moon, the second program in the series, focused on the possibility of lunar exploration. Von Braun explained his concept for a moon mission, which involved launching a fleet of rocket ships into Earth orbit, assembling a larger spacecraft in orbit, and then traveling to the moon. The program featured detailed animation showing what a lunar mission might look like, including the orbital mechanics of getting to the moon, landing on the lunar surface, and returning to Earth. Von Braun's proposed mission architecture was different from what NASA would eventually use for Apollo. He envisioned a larger, more complex operation, but the basic physics and many of the technical concepts were sound. The third program, Mars and Beyond, explored the possibility of missions to Mars and speculated about what life on Mars might look like if it existed. Von Braun described a Mars mission that would require a fleet of 10 spacecraft taking 70 astronauts on a round trip lasting over 2 years. The program featured animation depicting various possible forms of Martian life, from simple organisms to intelligent beings. While this was more speculative than the previous 2 programs, it was grounded in scientific thinking about what conditions on Mars might support and what evolution might produce in that environment. These 3 programs were enormously influential in shaping American attitudes towards space exploration. They made space travel seem possible, exciting, and worth pursuing. They explained complex scientific concepts in terms that ordinary people could understand. They combined entertainment value with educational content in a way that few programs before or since have achieved. And they demonstrated Disney's genuine enthusiasm for space exploration and his willingness to use his talents to promote it. Von Braun later said that Disney's programs had done more to promote space exploration to the American public than anything else in that era. Disney's involvement with space did not end with the television programs. Throughout the 1950s and early 1960s, Tomorrowland featured space-themed attractions, including the Flight to the Moon attraction that opened in 1955 and was later updated. Disney continued to consult with von Braun and other space experts. And in April 1965, Disney made a tour of NASA facilities that demonstrated his continuing interest in space exploration and his willingness to promote it through his entertainment empire. The 1965 NASA tour came about because von Braun, who by then was director of NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama, reached out to Disney hoping to rekindle his enthusiasm for space programming. Von Braun wanted Disney to produce another series of space television programs that could help maintain public support for the Apollo program, which was in full development but had not yet achieved any of its major goals. A memo from Frank Williams, director of Marshall's Future Projects Office, stated that the goal was to establish goodwill and hopefully get Disney involved in promoting the space effort. On April 10, 1965, Walt Disney, his brother Roy, and several Disney Imagineers, including John Hench and Claude Coates, took the company plane to tour NASA facilities. The group first visited the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, now known as the Johnson Space Center, where they saw space capsules and tried their hand at flight simulators. Walt himself flew the Gemini simulator and successfully completed a space docking maneuver, then navigated the Lunar Excursion Module simulator onto the simulated surface of the Moon. The group then traveled to Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville to tour the facility where von Braun's team was developing the Saturn rockets that would carry Apollo to the Moon. Finally, they visited the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral in Florida to see the launch facilities. Disney told the Huntsville Times during the visit, "If I can help through my TV shows to wake people up to the fact that we've got to keep exploring, I'll do it." This was not the statement of someone planning to help fake a moon landing. This was the statement of a genuine space enthusiast willing to use his entertainment platform to promote real space exploration. Von Braun had hoped that the tour would result in Disney producing new television programs about space, but it did not. Disney had too many other projects underway, including another expansion of Disneyland, the planning of the Epcot concept, and various film and television productions. He died in December 1966, less than 2 years after the NASA tour and more than 2 years before Apollo 11. The timing of Disney's death is crucial to understanding the absurdity of the Flat Earth Society's accusation. Walt Disney died on December 15, 1966. Apollo 11 landed on the Moon on July 20, 1969. Disney had been dead for 2 years and 7 months when the first moon landing occurred. He could not have sponsored the faked moon landings because he was not alive when they supposedly happened. Charles Johnson's accusation naming Disney as the sponsor of the moon landing hoax either ignored this chronology, assumed that Disney had set up the conspiracy before his death with others carrying it out after, or referred to the Disney organization rather than Walt Disney personally. None of these explanations make the accusation any less absurd. The real Walt Disney, the historical figure rather than the conspiracy theory character, was a passionate advocate for space exploration who used his talents to help generate public enthusiasm for the space program. His collaboration with Wernher von Braun produced educational television that reached tens of millions of people and helped build support for increased space funding. His theme parks featured space attractions that allowed ordinary people to experience simulations of space travel. His visit to NASA facilities in 1965 demonstrated his continuing interest in space even as he was occupied with numerous other projects. To accuse this man, or the company he founded, of sponsoring a fake moon landing is not merely wrong. It is a grotesque inversion of reality, taking someone who promoted real space exploration and casting him as the sponsor of fake space exploration. Yet this is precisely what conspiracy thinking does. It takes real historical connections, real collaborations between individuals and organizations, and twists them into evidence of conspiracy. Disney worked with von Braun, a fact. Von Braun later worked for NASA and designed the Saturn V rocket that carried Apollo to the moon, also a fact. Therefore, conspiracy theorists conclude Disney must have been involved in faking the moon landings. The logic is transparently false, but it demonstrates how conspiracy theories are constructed. Real connections are reinterpreted as sinister collaborations. Legitimate advocacy for space exploration becomes evidence of participation in a hoax, and a man who died more than 2 years before the moon landing becomes posthumously guilty of sponsoring its fakery. Chapter 11. Wernher von Braun, the bridge between fiction and reality. If Walt Disney was the entertainer who helped sell space exploration to the American public, Wernher von Braun was the technical genius who made space exploration possible. Von Braun's life story reads like something from science fiction. A German rocket scientist who had worked for the Nazis, brought to America through a secret program, who then became the chief architect of the Saturn V rocket that carried astronauts to the moon. His collaboration with Disney on the space television programs of the 1950s created a unique bridge between entertainment and engineering, between public relations and actual rocket development. This bridge, this connection between Disney's realm of entertainment and von Braun's realm of engineering, was real and well documented. It was also completely legitimate and had nothing to do with faking anything. Yet conspiracy theorists would later point to this connection as evidence of a conspiracy, as if the fact that an entertainer and an engineer worked together to promote space exploration somehow proved that space exploration never happened. Wernher Magnus Maximilian Freiherr von Braun was born on March 23, 1912, in Wierzitz, Germany, now Wierzysk, Poland, into an aristocratic family. His father was a baron who served in various government positions. Young Wernher showed an early fascination with space and astronomy, inspired by his mother who gave him a telescope. At age 13, he read Hermann Oberth's book, The Rocket into Planetary Space, and was captivated by the possibility of space travel. The book's mathematical content was beyond him at the time, but rather than being discouraged, he resolved to master mathematics and physics so he could understand rocketry. Von Braun pursued this goal with single-minded determination. He studied at the Technical University of Berlin, earning his bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering in 1932. He then pursued a doctorate in physics at the University of Berlin, which he completed in 1934. His dissertation was on theoretical and experimental contributions to the problem of the liquid propellant rocket. Even as a student, von Braun was working on practical rocket development. In 1932, at age 20, he began working for the German Army's rocket program, which was interested in developing long-range artillery. The German Army's interest in rockets was driven by the Treaty of Versailles, which had placed severe restrictions on German conventional artillery after World War I, but had said nothing about rockets, since they were not yet considered viable weapons. Von Braun and his colleagues were tasked with developing liquid-fueled rockets that could serve as long-range weapons. By the mid-1930s, they were making significant progress. In 1937, von Braun became technical director of the Rocket Research Center at Peenemünde on the Baltic coast, where the German military was concentrating its rocket development efforts. At Peenemünde, von Braun led the team that developed the V rocket, which would later be known to the world as the V2, standing for Vergeltungswaffe or Vengeance Weapon 2. The V2 was a revolutionary weapon, the world's first long-range ballistic missile. It was 46 feet tall, weighed over 27,000 pounds at launch, and could carry a 2,000-pound warhead roughly 200 miles. It traveled faster than the speed of sound and fell on its target from the edge of space, giving no warning before impact. Beginning in September 1944, Germany launched thousands of V-2 rockets against Allied cities, primarily London and Antwerp, killing thousands of civilians. Von Braun's role in developing the V-2 has remained controversial. He was unquestionably a member of the Nazi Party and held an officer's rank in the SS, though he later claimed that his party membership was necessary to continue his rocket work and that he had no enthusiasm for Nazi ideology. His primary interest, he maintained, was always space travel, and he viewed the development of military rockets as a necessary means to that end. The resources available for rocket development during wartime far exceeded what would have been available in peacetime, so von Braun used the military program to advance rocket technology that he hoped would eventually enable space exploration. This justification, while perhaps sincere from von Braun's perspective, does not erase his participation in a program that killed thousands of civilians. Nor does it address the fact that the V-2 rockets were manufactured using slave labor from concentration camps, with thousands of prisoners dying from overwork, starvation, and execution at the Mittelwerk factory where the rockets were built. Von Braun visited Mittelwerk multiple times and must have been aware of the conditions there, though the extent of his knowledge and the degree of his responsibility for those conditions remains debated by historians. He was arrested briefly by the Gestapo in 1944 on suspicion that he was more interested in space travel than in winning the war for Germany, which was true, but he was released when the military intervened, arguing that he was essential to the rocket program. As World War II approached its end in early 1945, von Braun and his team faced a decision about their future. The Soviet army was advancing from the east, the American and British armies from the west. Von Braun decided that his team should surrender to the Americans rather than be captured by the Soviets. In May 1945, von Braun and roughly 500 of his team surrendered to American forces in Bavaria. They brought with them technical documents detailing the V-2's design and manufacturing process, along with information about more advanced rocket designs that had been under development at Peenemünde. The American military recognized immediately that von Braun and his team represented an invaluable asset in the emerging technological competition with the Soviet Union. Through Operation Paperclip, von Braun and his key associates were brought to the United States. In September 1945, von Braun arrived at Fort Bliss in Texas, where he and his team worked on reassembling confiscated V-2 rockets and conducting test launches at the White Sands Proving Ground in New Mexico. The work was productive but limited in scope. Von Braun wanted to develop more advanced rockets and ultimately to pursue space exploration, but the American military's interest remained focused on weapons development. In 1950, von Braun and his team were transferred to Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama, where they were given greater resources to develop ballistic missiles. Von Braun became chief of the Guided Missile Development Operation Division and led the development of the Redstone rocket, which became America's first large ballistic missile and would later be used to launch the first American astronaut, Alan Shepard, on a suborbital flight in 1961. During this period, von Braun also became increasingly involved in promoting space exploration to the American public. The Collier's magazine articles that von Braun wrote from 1952 to 1954 were remarkably influential. Von Braun described in technical detail how space stations could be built, how missions to the moon could be conducted, and how expeditions to Mars might eventually be organized. These were not fantasies, but engineering proposals based on physics and existing or near-future technology. The articles featured lavish illustrations by space artists and presented space exploration as not merely possible, but inevitable. Von Braun became the public face of the American space program before there really was an American space program, explaining to the public why space mattered and how it could be achieved. This brings us to von Braun's collaboration with Walt Disney, which began with Disney's letter in 1954 inviting von Braun to consult on a television program about space. For von Braun, the opportunity to work with Disney was perfect. Disney could reach audiences measured in tens of millions. Disney had credibility as an entertainer and educator. Disney had the animation capabilities to illustrate concepts that would be difficult to show any other way. And Disney was genuinely interested in space and wanted to present it accurately. The collaboration would allow von Braun to promote space exploration to the broadest possible audience, while also serving his engineering work by building public support for increased spending on rocket development. Von Braun appeared on all three of Disney's space television programs, explaining rocket science and space travel in terms that general audiences could understand. He brought models and diagrams. He stood in front of cameras and answered Disney's questions. He reviewed the animation to ensure technical accuracy, and he watched as his vision of space exploration was presented to the American public in the most appealing and accessible format yet created. The programs were enormously successful, and von Braun's role in them significantly raised his public profile. He became not just a rocket scientist, but a celebrity, a trusted expert whom Americans recognized and whose views on space they valued. The irony is that von Braun's collaboration with Disney, which conspiracy theorists would later cite as evidence of a conspiracy to fake the moon landings, was actually about promoting real space exploration. Von Braun was not helping Disney create fictional depictions of space travel to prepare the public for a later hoax. He was explaining actual physics and actual engineering concepts to build support for real rockets that he was actually developing. The Disney programs helped create the political and cultural environment that made increased space spending possible. The Redstone rocket that von Braun developed became the basis for the Jupiter rocket, which evolved into the Juno rocket, which launched America's first satellite Explorer 1 in January 1958 in response to the Soviet Union's Sputnik launch. When NASA was created in October 1958, von Braun and his entire team at Redstone Arsenal were transferred to the new agency. Von Braun became director of NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, where he led the development of the Saturn family of rockets. The Saturn I rocket was used for early tests. The Saturn IB was used for Apollo missions in Earth orbit. And the mighty Saturn V, the largest and most powerful rocket ever flown, was used for the actual moon landing missions. The Saturn V stood 363 feet tall, weighed 6.2 million pounds fully fueled, and could deliver 140 tons to low Earth orbit or 45 tons to lunar orbit. It was a staggering achievement of engineering, the culmination of von Braun's life's work on rocketry. Von Braun worked at Marshall Space Flight Center from 1960 until 1970, overseeing the development and testing of the Saturn rockets and managing the thousands of engineers, technicians, and other personnel involved in the program. He was present at Cape Canaveral for the launches of Apollo missions, watching his rockets carry astronauts toward the moon. When Apollo 11 successfully landed on the moon on July 20, 1969, it was von Braun's Saturn V rocket that had carried Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins there. The dream that von Braun had pursued since he was a child, that he had worked toward through the moral compromises of Nazi Germany and the Cold War weapons programs, had finally been achieved. Humanity had reached the moon. The suggestion by conspiracy theorists that von Braun's connection to Disney somehow proves the moon landings were faked requires ignoring everything about von Braun's actual career. Von Braun built real rockets that launched real satellites and real astronauts into real space. The Redstone rocket that launched Alan Shepard in 1961 was real. The Saturn V rocket that launched Apollo 11 in 1969 was real. The 12 men who walked on the moon during the Apollo program really went there on von Braun's rockets. The collaboration between von Braun and Disney was about promoting these real achievements, not about faking them. Yet conspiracy theorists persist in seeing von Braun's involvement with both entertainment and engineering as suspicious. Why would a rocket scientist work with an entertainer unless there was something to hide? The answer, obvious to anyone not caught in conspiratorial thinking, is that von Braun understood the importance of public support for space exploration. The rockets could not be built without funding. The funding could not be secured without political support. Political support required public enthusiasm, and public enthusiasm required effective communication and education. Von Braun's work with Disney was part of this effort to build support for real space exploration. It was public relations and education, not conspiracy and deception. But in the paranoid logic of conspiracy theories, any connection between individuals or organizations can be twisted into evidence of conspiracy, and von Braun's bridge between entertainment and engineering became, in the minds of conspiracy theorists, a bridge to fakery rather than to the stars. Chapter 12: The Disney-NASA Connection. The relationship between Walt Disney and the National Aeronautics and Space Administration extended beyond the television programs of the 1950s. It was an ongoing connection between America's premier entertainer and America's space agency, a relationship built on mutual respect and shared goals. Disney wanted to inspire the public about the possibilities of the future. NASA wanted to build public support for space exploration. These goals aligned perfectly, creating opportunities for collaboration that benefited both organizations. This collaboration was real, documented, and completely above board. Yet conspiracy theorists would later point to this relationship as evidence that Disney was involved in faking the moon landings, turning a legitimate partnership into supposed proof of the greatest hoax in history. NASA was officially created on October 1, 1958, as the civilian space agency that would lead American efforts in space exploration. The agency absorbed the earlier National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics and took control of various military space projects, including Wernher von Braun's rocket development team. NASA's creation was a direct response to the Soviet Union's launch of Sputnik in October 1957 and the broader competition of the Cold War space race. The agency's mission was to develop the technology and conduct the missions that would allow America to achieve and maintain leadership in space. From its inception, NASA understood that public support was crucial to securing the funding necessary for ambitious space programs. The agency needed to communicate effectively with the American public, explaining what it was doing, why it mattered, and why it deserved billions of dollars in taxpayer funding. This meant that public relations and education were not peripheral concerns, but central to NASA's mission. The agency needed to make space exploration exciting and comprehensible to ordinary Americans, many of whom had limited understanding of science and technology. Walt Disney, having already demonstrated his ability to communicate complex scientific concepts through entertaining television programs, was an obvious ally for NASA in this public relations effort. Disney had reached tens of millions of viewers with his space programs in the 1950s. He had credibility as both an entertainer and an educator. He had shown that he could work effectively with technical experts like Wernher von Braun to create content that was both accurate and engaging. And he operated Disneyland, where millions of visitors each year experienced space-themed attractions that generated enthusiasm for space exploration. The connection between Disney and NASA was formalized through various interactions throughout the early 1960s. NASA officials consulted with Disney about effective ways to present space concepts to the public. Disney's Imagineers, the engineers and designers who created Disneyland attractions, consulted with NASA about what future space missions might look like, informing the design of attractions like the updated flight to the moon. There was a mutual exchange of ideas and expertise, with Disney learning from NASA about actual space technology and NASA learning from Disney about effective communication and entertainment. The 1965 tour of NASA facilities that Walt Disney and his Imagineers undertook represents the high point of this collaboration. Wernher von Braun, who by then was director of Marshall Space Flight Center, personally invited Disney to tour NASA facilities in hopes of rekindling Disney's enthusiasm for creating more space programming. Von Braun and NASA leadership believed that another series of Disney space programs could help maintain public support for the Apollo program, which was in full swing but had not yet achieved any moon landings and was consuming enormous amounts of money. The tour itinerary demonstrated NASA's eagerness to show Disney everything: Starting on April 10, 1965, Disney, his brother Roy, and Imagineers including John Hench and Claude Coates visited 3 major NASA facilities over 4 days. At the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, they saw actual spacecraft, talked with engineers and astronauts, and tried flight simulators. Disney himself successfully completed simulated Gemini docking and lunar landing maneuvers, demonstrating his genuine interest in the technical challenges of spaceflight. At Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, they toured the facility where the Saturn rockets were being developed, seeing the massive rocket stages and learning about the engineering challenges of creating the most powerful rocket ever built. At Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral in Florida, they toured launch pads and assembly buildings, seeing where the rockets that would carry astronauts to the moon were being prepared. Throughout the tour, Disney expressed enthusiasm and asked detailed questions. The photographs from the tour show Disney in a hard hat, standing among rocket components, talking with von Braun and other NASA officials. These are not the actions of someone planning to help fake space missions. These are the actions of a genuinely interested visitor learning about real technology. Disney's statement to the Huntsville Times during the visit, "If I can help through my TV shows to wake people up to the fact that we've got to keep exploring, I'll do it," was a sincere expression of his willingness to promote real space exploration. The tour did not result in Disney producing new space television programs as von Braun had hoped. Disney had too many other projects competing for his attention. He was expanding Disneyland with new attractions, including Pirates of the Caribbean. He was planning the California Institute of the Arts, an ambitious educational project. He was developing the concept for Epcot, the experimental prototype community of tomorrow, which would eventually be built as a theme park, but which Disney originally envisioned as an actual functioning city, showcasing new technologies and urban planning concepts. He was overseeing numerous film and television productions. The addition of another major space television project simply was not feasible given Disney's other commitments. Disney also may have felt that he had already covered space exploration thoroughly with his 3 1950s programs. Those programs remained relevant and were still being used in educational settings. The basic physics and engineering concepts had not changed. While von Braun and NASA were now working on more advanced rockets and more ambitious missions, the fundamental principles that Disney had explained in the 1950s still applied. Perhaps Disney felt that producing new programs would be redundant, covering ground he had already covered. Regardless of why Disney did not produce new space programming after the 1965 tour, the fact remains that the tour happened and demonstrated Disney's continued interest in real space exploration. The tour also influenced the Imagineers who accompanied Disney, particularly in their work on updating Tomorrowland. The Flight to the Moon attraction, which had originally opened in 1955, was substantially updated in 1967 with new pre-show elements and improved flight simulation based on what the Imagineers had learned during the NASA tour. The updated attraction featured audio-animatronic figures and a mission control pre-show that accurately reflected NASA's actual operations. Walt Disney died on December 15, 1966, from complications related to lung cancer. He was 65 years old and had been a heavy smoker throughout his life. His death came as a shock to the American public, who had grown up with Disney Entertainment and saw Disney as almost an embodiment of American creativity and optimism. Disney died more than 2.5 years before Apollo 11 landed on the moon, meaning he never lived to see the achievement that he had helped promote through his 1950s television programs and his ongoing advocacy for space exploration. The Disney Company continued after Walt's death under the leadership of his brother Roy and other executives who had worked closely with Walt. The company continued its relationship with the space program, though without Walt's personal involvement, it was necessarily different. Disneyland continued to feature space attractions in Tomorrowland. When Apollo 11 landed on the moon on July 20, 1969, Disneyland held a special viewing event on the Tomorrowland stage, where thousands of park guests watched the moon landing on large screens. It was a fitting tribute to Walt Disney's vision of making space exploration accessible and exciting to the general public. The suggestion by conspiracy theorists that Disney or the Disney Company was involved in faking the moon landings requires ignoring this entire history of legitimate collaboration and mutual support. Disney promoted real space exploration through entertainment and education. NASA pursued real space missions using real technology and real astronauts. The collaboration between them was about building public support for real achievements, not about perpetrating a massive hoax. The fact that Disney had worked with Wernher von Braun, who later designed the Saturn V rocket, does not prove conspiracy. It proves that Disney worked with the actual scientists and engineers who were actually building the space program. Yet in the paranoid logic of conspiracy theories, legitimate connections become evidence of conspiracy. Disney knew von Braun. Von Braun worked for NASA. NASA conducted the Apollo missions. Therefore, conspiracy theorists conclude Disney must have been involved in faking the Apollo missions. This reasoning is absurd, ignoring chronology, evidence, and basic logic. Walt Disney died before Apollo 11. The Disney Company continued, but had no capability or motive to fake moon landings. NASA had no need to fake moon landings because the technology to actually go to the moon existed and was used successfully 6 times between 1969 and 1972. But conspiracy theories are not built on logic or evidence. They are built on suspicion, on the belief that official narratives hide sinister truths, on the conviction that connections between individuals and organizations must indicate conspiracy rather than legitimate collaboration. The Disney-NASA connection was real, but it was exactly what it appeared to be: an entertainer and a space agency working together to inspire the public about space exploration. The Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society could take this legitimate relationship and transform it into evidence that Disney-sponsored fake moon landings demonstrates not the existence of a conspiracy, but the power of conspiracy thinking to invert reality and create false narratives from genuine facts. Chapter 13. Arthur C. Clarke, Prophet of the Space Age. Arthur Charles Clarke was born on December 16, 1917, in the seaside town of Minehead in Somerset, England. He would grow up to become one of the most influential science fiction writers of the 20th century, a genuine visionary whose technical predictions came true with startling accuracy, and one of the most passionate advocates for space exploration the world has ever known. To accuse this man of writing the script for faked moon landings is not merely wrong or insulting. It is a complete inversion of reality, taking someone who spent his entire life promoting real space exploration and casting him as a conspirator in fake space exploration. Understanding Clarke's actual life, career, and contributions to space advocacy is essential to appreciating the depth of absurdity in the Flat Earth Society's 1980 accusation. Clarke's fascination with space began in childhood. Growing up on a farm in rural England, he would lie on his back in the fields at night, looking up at the stars and dreaming of what might be possible beyond Earth's atmosphere. His mother gave him a telescope when he was young, and he spent countless hours observing the moon, the planets, and the stars. He read science fiction voraciously, particularly the works of H.G. Wells and Jules Verne, authors who imagined futures where humanity ventured into space and explored other worlds. These childhood experiences planted seeds that would shape Clarke's entire life. Clarke's academic path was interrupted by World War II. He served in the Royal Air Force from 1941 to 1946, working on radar systems and rising to the rank of flight lieutenant. This technical experience with electronics and radio systems proved crucial to what would become Clarke's most important contribution to space technology. While still in the RAF in 1945, Clarke wrote a technical paper titled Extraterrestrial Relays: Can Rocket Stations Give Worldwide Radio Coverage?, which he submitted to Wireless World magazine. The paper was published in October 1945 and described in precise technical detail how satellites placed in geostationary orbit, roughly 22,236 miles above the equator, could serve as relay stations for global communications. The concept of geostationary satellites was revolutionary. Clarke calculated that at this specific altitude, a satellite would orbit the Earth in exactly 24 hours, the same period as Earth's rotation, meaning it would appear to hang stationary over a fixed point on the equator. 3 such satellites spaced equally around the equator would provide coverage of the entire planet except for small areas near the poles. These satellites could relay radio, telephone, and television signals across continents and oceans, enabling truly global communications. Clarke even suggested that the satellites could be solar-powered, predicting the technology that would eventually make long-term satellite operations practical. This was not science fiction. This was engineering analysis based on orbital mechanics and communications technology. Clarke had done the calculations and determined that the concept was feasible with technology that either existed or could be developed. He was so far ahead of his time that when the first communications satellite, SYNCOM-2, was placed in geostationary orbit in 1963, it worked exactly as Clarke had predicted 18 years earlier. Today, the geostationary orbit is officially known as the Clarke orbit by the International Astronomical Union, and the ring of satellites at that altitude is called the Clarke Belt. Clarke's 1945 paper established him as a serious technical thinker, not just a science fiction dreamer. After the war, Clarke studied physics and mathematics at King's College London, graduating with first-class honors in 1948. He then pursued a career that uniquely combined technical knowledge with literary imagination. He wrote science fiction novels and short stories that were grounded in real science and explored the technical and social implications of space exploration. His first novel, Prelude to Space, published in 1951, depicted the first mission to the moon and included a level of technical detail that was unusual for science fiction at the time. His 1953 novel, Childhood's End, imagined humanity's transformation under the guidance of mysterious alien overlords. His 1956 novel, The City and the Stars, depicted a far future Earth and explored themes of immortality and cosmic perspective. But Clarke was more than a novelist. He wrote extensively for technical journals and popular magazines, explaining space concepts to both specialist and general audiences. In the early 1950s, he wrote a series of articles for the Journal of the British Interplanetary Society about the technical challenges and possibilities of space travel. He contributed to the book The Exploration of Space, published in 1951, which became a Book of the Month Club selection and brought serious discussion of space travel to mainstream readers. He corresponded with rocket scientists, astronauts, and space advocates around the world. He was not an outside observer of the space program. He was an active participant in the intellectual and cultural movements that made the space program possible. Clarke's reputation as both a scientist and a storyteller made him the perfect commentator for major space events. When CBS was planning its coverage of the Apollo 11 moon landing in July 1969, the network invited Clarke to join Walter Cronkite in the studio to provide expert analysis and commentary. This was an enormous honor and reflected Clarke's status as one of the world's foremost authorities on space. Clarke accepted and flew from his home in Sri Lanka, where he had lived since 1956, to New York to participate in what would be one of the most watched television broadcasts in history. On July 20, 1969, Arthur C. Clarke sat in CBS Studio 41 in New York alongside Walter Cronkite, astronaut Wally Schirra, and others, watching as Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin descended to the lunar surface. Clarke provided commentary on the technical aspects of the landing, explained what the astronauts were doing and why, and shared his perspective on the historical significance of the moment. When Armstrong stepped onto the lunar surface and spoke his famous words, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," Clarke was there, watching it happen live, sharing the moment with millions of television viewers. During the broadcast, Cronkite even reminded viewers of Clarke's 1945 prediction about communications satellites, the very technology that was making it possible for the world to watch the moon landing live. Clarke's emotional response to the moon landing was genuine and profound. He had spent his entire life imagining this moment, writing about it in his fiction, explaining how it could be achieved in his non-fiction and advocating for the space program that made it possible. Now it was actually happening. Human beings were walking on the moon. The dream that had seemed like fantasy when Clarke was a boy lying in English fields looking at the stars had become reality. Clarke later said that watching the moon landing was one of the most moving experiences of his life, a vindication of everything he had believed about humanity's potential to explore space. To suggest, as Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society did in 1980, that Arthur C. Clarke was the scriptwriter for faked moon landings is so absurd that it barely deserves refutation. Clarke was one of the world's most prominent advocates for real space exploration. He had predicted technologies that made space exploration possible. He had written extensively about why space exploration mattered and how it could be achieved. He had served as a commentator for CBS during the Apollo 11 landing, sharing the moment with the world. The idea that this man, who had devoted his life to promoting space exploration, was actually writing scripts for fake space missions is not just wrong. It is a grotesque distortion of reality. Clarke's advocacy for space exploration continued long after Apollo 11. He wrote numerous books and articles explaining space technology and its implications. He gave speeches at the United Nations, arguing that space technology could help solve problems of poverty and underdevelopment. He served as Chancellor of the University of Moratuwa in Sri Lanka and promoted science education. He consulted with NASA and other space agencies. He wrote science fiction that continued to inspire new generations to dream of space. He received countless honors and awards, including knighthood from Queen Elizabeth II in 1998, in recognition of his contributions to literature and to the promotion of space exploration. Clarke also became involved in promoting the use of satellites for development in the Third World, particularly in his adopted home of Sri Lanka. He advocated for the Satellite Instructional Television Experiment, or SITE, a joint project between NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization that used satellites to broadcast educational programming to rural villages in India. In 1972, Representative William R. Anderson read one of Clarke's essays about SITE into the Congressional Record as justification for continued space spending. Clarke argued that developing nations needed satellite technology even more desperately than developed nations, as it could help overcome barriers of distance and poverty to deliver education and healthcare to remote populations. Clarke represented Sri Lanka at various United Nations conferences on space, including the Second UN Conference on the Exploration and Peaceful Uses of Outer Space in Vienna in 1982. In his speeches at these conferences, Clarke consistently advocated for the peaceful use of space, for international cooperation in space exploration, and for ensuring that the benefits of space technology were shared globally. He opposed the militarization of space and argued that extending national conflicts into space would be disastrous for humanity. His vision was of space as a realm for cooperation and shared human endeavor, not for competition and conflict. Throughout his life, Clarke also maintained relationships with the scientists, engineers, and astronauts who were actually conducting space exploration. He corresponded with Wernher von Braun, met with astronauts, visited NASA facilities, and stayed informed about the latest developments in space technology. He was not an outsider commenting on space from a distance. He was an insider, someone whom the space community respected and whose views carried weight. When Clarke spoke about space, people listened because he had established himself as someone who understood both the technical details and the broader implications of space exploration. Clarke's collaboration with Stanley Kubrick on 2001, A Space Odyssey, which we will examine in detail in the next chapter, further demonstrated his commitment to presenting space exploration accurately and seriously. The film, based on Clarke's short story, The Sentinel, featured unprecedented attention to scientific accuracy in depicting space travel. Clarke and Kubrick consulted with NASA, aerospace companies, and technical experts to ensure that the spacecraft designs, the orbital mechanics, and the depiction of space were as realistic as possible given the constraints of cinema. The film was not meant to prepare the public for fake moon landings. It was meant to show what real space exploration might look like in the near future. The accusation that Clarke was the scriptwriter for faked moon landings requires ignoring everything about Clarke's actual career and beliefs. It requires assuming that one of space exploration's greatest advocates was actually its greatest deceiver. It requires believing that Clarke's technical predictions, his advocacy work, his service as a commentator during Apollo 11, his speeches at the United Nations, his promotion of satellites for development, and his entire life's work in science fiction and science fact were all somehow part of a massive conspiracy. The alternative explanation that Clarke was exactly what he appeared to be. A passionate advocate for real space exploration who used his talents to promote humanity's expansion into space is far simpler and is supported by overwhelming evidence. Yet conspiracy theorists persist in their accusations because conspiracy thinking operates independently of evidence. The fact that Clarke was so prominent in space advocacy does not exonerate him. In conspiracy logic, it makes him more suspicious. Who better to write the script for fake moon landings than the greatest science fiction writer focused on space? Who better to deceive the public than someone the public trusted? This inverted logic, where evidence of innocence becomes evidence of guilt, is characteristic of conspiracy thinking and helps explain why conspiracy theories are so difficult to debunk. No amount of evidence of Clarke's genuine space advocacy could convince someone determined to believe he was part of a conspiracy, because that very advocacy would be interpreted as part of the deception. Chapter 14: Clarke and Apollo, the biggest cheerleader. Arthur C. Clarke's involvement with the Apollo program extended far beyond his role as a CBS commentator during the Apollo 11 moon landing. Throughout the 1960s and into the 1970s, Clarke was one of the most visible and vocal advocates for the Apollo program, writing articles, giving speeches, and using every platform available to him to promote space exploration and to explain why the moon missions mattered. He was not a paid spokesman for NASA. He was a true believer who understood that Apollo represented humanity's greatest adventure and wanted everyone else to understand that as well. His enthusiasm for Apollo was genuine, his advocacy was tireless, and his explanations of the program's significance helped millions of people appreciate what was being achieved. To accuse such a figure of being the scriptwriter for faked moon landings is to fundamentally misunderstand who Clarke was and what he stood for. Clarke had been writing about moon missions since before NASA existed. His 1951 novel, Prelude to Space, depicted the first lunar mission in detail, describing the rockets, the orbital mechanics, the landing procedure, and the experience of walking on the moon. The novel was not just fiction. It was Clarke's attempt to show readers that a moon mission was technically feasible and to build enthusiasm for the real moon missions that he believed would eventually occur. When President Kennedy announced in May 1961 that America would land a man on the moon before the end of the decade, Clarke was thrilled. The mission he had been imagining and writing about for years was going to become reality. Throughout the 1960s, as the Apollo program developed from concept to reality, Clarke wrote extensively about it for both popular and technical audiences. He explained the challenges that NASA faced, the need to develop more powerful rockets, the complexities of orbital rendezvous and docking, the difficulties of landing on the moon and taking off again, the dangers of radiation and micrometeorites, the psychological challenges of long-duration spaceflight. Clarke had the technical knowledge to understand these challenges and the writing ability to explain them in terms that general readers could grasp. His articles appeared in magazines around the world, helping to build and maintain public support for the expensive and ambitious Apollo program. Clarke also used his platform to argue for the importance of Apollo beyond its immediate goal of beating the Soviets to the moon. He wrote about the scientific knowledge that would be gained from studying lunar rocks and soil. He explained how the technologies developed for Apollo, from computer miniaturization to new materials to life support systems, would have applications far beyond space exploration. He discussed the inspirational value of Apollo, how seeing humanity achieve something so difficult and so ambitious could give people hope and confidence in human potential. He argued that Apollo was not just about planting a flag on the moon. It was about expanding human civilization into space and beginning the long journey toward becoming a spacefaring species. When Clarke was invited to serve as a commentator for CBS during the Apollo 11 landing, it was recognition of his status as one of the world's foremost space advocates and one of the people most capable of explaining what was happening and why it mattered. Clarke took this responsibility seriously. He prepared extensively for the broadcast, studying the flight plan, reviewing the technical details of the spacecraft and the landing procedures, and thinking about how to convey the magnitude of the moment to television viewers. He understood that this was likely the largest television audience in history, and that what he said would shape how millions of people understood and remembered the moon landing. During the broadcast on July 20th, 1969, Clarke provided insightful commentary that combined technical expertise with philosophical reflection. When Walter Cronkite asked him technical questions about the landing sequence, Clarke explained them clearly and accurately. When there were pauses in the action, Clarke spoke about the historical significance of the moment, comparing it to major milestones in human history like the first use of tools or the development of agriculture. He expressed his own emotional response to watching the landing, his sense of awe and wonder that something he had imagined in his fiction was actually happening before his eyes. One particularly memorable moment came when Cronkite reminded viewers that Clarke had predicted communications satellites in 1945, 24 years earlier. Cronkite pointed out that the very satellite technology Clarke had predicted was now making it possible for the world to watch the moon landing live. Clarke's response was characteristically modest, noting that predicting the technology was one thing, but actually building it and making it work was far more impressive. This moment highlighted Clarke's unique position. He was both a visionary who had predicted space technology and a chronicler who was now watching his predictions come true. Clarke's commentary during Apollo 11 was so well received that CBS invited him back for subsequent Apollo missions. He provided commentary for Apollo 12 in November 1969, Apollo 13 in April 1970 during the harrowing crisis that nearly killed the crew, and other Apollo missions throughout the program. Each time, Clarke brought the same combination of technical knowledge, eloquent explanation, and genuine enthusiasm. He never tired of talking about space, never lost his sense of wonder at what was being achieved, never stopped trying to help the public understand why these missions mattered. Clarke's advocacy for Apollo continued after the missions themselves were over. When public interest in space began to wane in the early 1970s and NASA's budget was cut, Clarke wrote articles arguing for the importance of continuing space exploration. He pointed out that Apollo had demonstrated that humanity could achieve extraordinary things when resources and will were combined, and he argued that abandoning space exploration just when we had proven it was possible would be a tragic waste. He promoted the Space Shuttle program, which he saw as the next logical step toward making space access routine and affordable. He advocated for a permanent moon base and for eventual missions to Mars. Clarke also defended the Apollo program against the conspiracy theories that began to emerge in the 1970s. When Bill Kaysing's book claiming the moon landings were faked was published in 1974, Clarke was dismissive, pointing out the obvious flaws in Kaysing's arguments and the overwhelming evidence that the landings were real. When conspiracy theorists claimed that photographs from the moon showed anomalies that proved they were taken in a studio, Clarke explained the actual reasons for what the theorists saw as anomalies: the lack of an atmosphere on the moon explaining the absence of stars in photographs, the uneven lunar surface explaining shadows that appeared to go in different directions, the physics of light and reflection explaining various other supposedly suspicious features. Clarke found the moon hoax theories frustrating because they represented such a profound rejection of one of humanity's greatest achievements. He had spent his life promoting space exploration, explaining why it was possible and why it mattered. He had watched Apollo succeed. He had seen the evidence, the rocks brought back from the moon, the retroreflectors left behind that allowed laser-ranging experiments, the ongoing scientific discoveries from lunar samples. The independent verification by scientists and engineers around the world, including those in the Soviet Union, who had every reason to expose a hoax, if one existed. To have people claim that all of this was fake, that the achievement he had celebrated and promoted was actually a massive lie, was deeply offensive to Clarke. Yet Clarke generally maintained his composure when dealing with moon hoax believers. He understood that some people were genuinely confused by aspects of the Apollo missions and had legitimate questions. He was willing to patiently explain the science and the evidence to anyone who approached the subject with genuine curiosity. But he had little patience for those who were determined to believe in a hoax regardless of evidence, who had made the conspiracy theory part of their identity and who rejected any information that contradicted it. Clarke recognized that such people could not be convinced by evidence or logic, and he largely stopped engaging with them, focusing instead on promoting future space exploration. Clarke's response to being accused of writing the script for the faked moon landings when he eventually became aware of such accusations was one of incredulity and amusement. The idea was so preposterous that it barely deserved a response. Clarke had spent decades advocating for real space exploration. He had predicted technologies that made space exploration possible. He had served as a commentator during the actual moon landings. He had continued to promote space exploration after Apollo. To accuse him of being the scriptwriter for a hoax was to accuse one of space exploration's greatest champions of being its greatest deceiver. The accusation revealed more about the conspiracy theorists than about Clarke. In his later writings, Clarke occasionally addressed conspiracy theories as a general phenomenon, noting that they represented a failure of critical thinking and scientific literacy. He argued that the rejection of evidence-based reasoning in favor of conspiracy thinking was dangerous, not just because it led people to false beliefs about specific events like the moon landing, but because it undermined trust in science and expertise more broadly. In an age when humanity faced challenges that required scientific understanding and international cooperation, from climate change to resource depletion to the risk of nuclear war, the spread of anti-scientific conspiracy thinking was a genuine threat to human progress and possibly to survival. Clarke continued to advocate for space exploration until his death on March 19, 2008, at the age of 90. He lived long enough to see new developments in space exploration, including the International Space Station, robotic missions to Mars and the outer planets, and the beginnings of commercial spaceflight. He never lost his enthusiasm for space, never stopped believing that humanity's future lay beyond Earth, never abandoned his conviction that space exploration was one of the most important endeavors humanity could undertake. The Arthur C. Clarke Foundation, established in his honor, continues to promote space exploration and science education, carrying on his legacy of advocacy and inspiration. The suggestion by the Flat Earth Society that Clarke was the scriptwriter for faked moon landings is not just factually wrong. It is a moral insult to a man who devoted his life to promoting real space exploration. Clarke was not a conspirator, he was a champion. He was not a deceiver, he was an explainer. He was not writing scripts for faked missions, he was writing science fiction that inspired real missions. The accusation reveals the profound disconnect between conspiracy theories and reality, between what actually happened and what conspiracy theorists imagine happened. And it serves as a reminder that no amount of evidence, no career of advocacy, no lifetime of work promoting truth and understanding can fully protect someone from false accusations by those determined to see conspiracy everywhere they look. Chapter 15. The Script by Clarke Claim Examined. The specific accusation that Arthur C. Clarke wrote the script for the faked Apollo moon landings, as claimed by Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society in 1980, deserves detailed examination because it reveals the peculiar logic of conspiracy thinking and the ways in which real accomplishments can be twisted into evidence of alleged fraud. To understand why conspiracy theorists would make such a claim and why it might seem plausible to those unfamiliar, with Clarke's actual career and beliefs, we must examine what conspiracy theorists meant by Clarke writing the script, what this would have actually entailed if it were true, and why the accusation is absurd when examined against Clarke's actual relationship with NASA and the Apollo program. When conspiracy theorists accused Clarke of writing the script for the faked moon landings, they did not literally mean that he wrote a screenplay like those used for movies, though some versions of the conspiracy theory do suggest exactly that. More commonly, the claim was that Clarke provided the overall narrative structure, the technical details, and the dialogue for what astronauts would say during the fake missions. In this version of the conspiracy theory, Clarke used his extensive knowledge of space science and his skills as a writer to create convincing scenarios for each Apollo mission. What the astronauts would do, what they would see, what problems they might encounter, and how they would describe their experiences. The result would be a detailed outline or script that could guide the production of fake footage and provide talking points for astronauts who were part of the deception. The conspiracy theorists' logic for why Clarke would be chosen for this role was superficially plausible. Clarke was one of the world's most knowledgeable writers about space exploration. He understood orbital mechanics, spacecraft design, the challenges of operating in vacuum and low gravity, and countless other technical details. He had been writing about moon missions in his fiction since 1951. He had collaborated with Stanley Kubrick on 2001, A Space Odyssey, demonstrating his ability to work with filmmakers to create convincing depictions of space. He had credibility with both the scientific community and the general public. If NASA needed someone to create a convincing script for fake moon landings, Clarke would be an obvious choice. The problems with this theory are numerous and fatal. First and most obvious, Clarke was one of the most visible and vocal advocates for real space exploration. His entire career had been built on promoting space exploration and explaining why it was important. He had written dozens of articles and several books arguing that space exploration was humanity's destiny. He had served as a commentator during the Apollo 11 landing, sharing his genuine enthusiasm with millions of viewers. The idea that this man was secretly working to create a fake version of what he publicly advocated for requires assuming a level of deception and hypocrisy that is incompatible with everything known about Clarke's character. Second, Clarke's actual relationship with NASA was that of an advocate and occasional consultant, not of an employee or contractor. Clarke was never on NASA's payroll. He was never hired to write anything for NASA. His involvement with the space program was voluntary, based on his genuine enthusiasm for space exploration. When he appeared on CBS as a commentator during Apollo missions, he was working for CBS, not for NASA. When he wrote articles promoting the Apollo program, he was doing so as an independent author, not as a NASA spokesman. The conspiracy theory requires assuming a secret relationship between Clarke and NASA that contradicts all documented evidence of their actual relationship. Third, the technical details of the Apollo missions were far beyond what any individual writer, no matter how knowledgeable, could have created. The Apollo flight plans were developed by teams of engineers working for years. Every aspect of the missions, from launch procedures to orbital maneuvers to lunar landing techniques to Earth re-entry, required complex calculations and extensive testing. The mission transcripts, which record every word spoken by astronauts and mission control during the flights, run to hundreds of pages for each mission and include technical jargon, procedural checklists, and problem-solving discussions that reflect the reality of operating complex spacecraft. No scriptwriter could have created this level of authentic technical detail. It could only come from actual operations. Fourth, the astronauts themselves were test pilots and engineers with extensive technical training. They understood spacecraft systems, orbital mechanics, and flight procedures. They had spent years training for their missions, using simulators and studying technical manuals. The idea that these highly trained professionals were reading from scripts written by a science fiction author rather than responding to actual situations they encountered during actual space missions is implausible. The astronauts' communications during Apollo missions have the character of real-time problem-solving and navigation, not of reading prepared dialogue. Fifth, Clarke himself was clear about his role in the Apollo program. He was a cheerleader, not a participant. He promoted Apollo through his writing and public speaking. He explained the program to general audiences. He served as a commentator during key missions, but he did not work for NASA, did not design spacecraft, did not plan missions, and certainly did not write scripts for astronauts. Clarke was proud of his advocacy role and never claimed more than that. The conspiracy theory requires inventing a secret role that contradicts Clarke's own clear statements about his involvement. The conspiracy theorists pointed to Clarke's science fiction as evidence that he could have written convincing scripts for fake missions. They noted that his novels included detailed descriptions of moon missions, including technical procedures and even dialogue. In Prelude to Space, Clarke described a moon mission with remarkable technical accuracy, given that it was written in 1951, 18 years before Apollo 11. In 2001, A Space Odyssey, based on his collaboration with Kubrick, Clarke described moon bases and missions to Jupiter with meticulous attention to scientific detail. Surely, conspiracy theorists argued, if Clarke could create such convincing fictional depictions of space missions, he could create convincing fake scripts for NASA. This argument confuses fiction with fraud. Clarke's science fiction was clearly labeled as fiction. Readers understood that Prelude to Space and 2001 were imaginative works, not documentaries. The technical accuracy in Clarke's fiction was meant to make the stories more engaging and believable within their fictional frameworks, not to deceive readers into thinking the events described were real. When Clarke wrote fiction, he was exercising his imagination based on his technical knowledge. When NASA conducted Apollo missions, they were executing carefully planned operations using real spacecraft and real astronauts. The two activities are completely different. Moreover, Clarke's fictional depictions of space missions often differed significantly from how Apollo actually conducted missions. In Prelude to Space, Clarke described a moon mission using a single large spacecraft launched directly to the moon, rather than the lunar orbit rendezvous approach that Apollo actually used. In 2001, the lunar base shown in the film looked nothing like the Apollo landing sites, with large permanent structures rather than small temporary landing modules. If Clarke had been writing scripts for fake Apollo missions, one would expect them to more closely resemble his fictional depictions. Instead, Apollo missions followed their own logic based on engineering constraints and mission requirements. The conspiracy theorists also pointed to Clarke's work as a CBS commentator during Apollo missions as evidence that he was involved in the supposed hoax. They argued that Clarke's role was not actually to provide commentary, but to guide the presentation, to ensure that the fake missions unfolded according to the script he had written. This interpretation requires ignoring the actual nature of Clarke's commentary, which was reactive rather than prescriptive. Clarke responded to events as they happened, explained technical details when asked, and shared his emotional reactions to what he was watching. He did not guide the missions, he observed them. When asked directly about moon hoax theories in interviews later in his life, Clarke expressed a mixture of amusement and frustration. He found it absurd that anyone could seriously believe that the Apollo missions were faked given the overwhelming evidence that they were real. He pointed out that the Soviet Union had tracked the Apollo missions and would have immediately exposed any hoax. He noted that the lunar rocks returned by Apollo had been studied by scientists worldwide and were definitively from the moon, impossible to fake with any technology available in the 1960s or 70s. He mentioned the retroreflectors left on the moon by Apollo astronauts, which are still used today for laser ranging experiments to measure the Earth-Moon distance with millimeter precision. Clarke was particularly dismissive of the claim that he had written scripts for fake missions. He pointed out that his involvement with Apollo was entirely public and consisted of writing articles, giving speeches, and providing television commentary. He had never been to NASA facilities in any official capacity except as a visiting dignitary. He had never signed a contract with NASA. He had never received any payment from NASA except for expenses when he appeared on television as a commentator, and even then the payment came from CBS, not NASA. The conspiracy theory required inventing a completely fictional relationship between him and NASA for which there was zero evidence. The accusation that Clarke wrote the script for faked moon landings is perhaps the clearest example of how conspiracy theories invert reality. Clarke was one of the greatest advocates for space exploration. Therefore, in conspiracy logic, he must have been one of the greatest deceivers about space exploration. Clarke had technical knowledge about how space missions would work. Therefore, he must have used that knowledge to create fake missions. Clarke was visible during Apollo as a commentator. Therefore, he must have been secretly involved in staging the missions. Every piece of evidence of Clarke's legitimate involvement with promoting space exploration is reinterpreted as evidence of conspiracy. This inversion is characteristic of conspiracy thinking and helps explain why conspiracy theories are so difficult to debunk. Any evidence that should exonerate someone instead becomes evidence of their guilt. If Clarke had been uninvolved with Apollo, conspiracy theorists might not have accused him, but because he was involved publicly and enthusiastically, he became a suspect. The logic is perverse, but internally consistent within the conspiracy framework. And it demonstrates why the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation naming Clarke as scriptwriter was not just wrong, but represented a fundamental misunderstanding of how evidence works and how conclusions should be drawn from it. Chapter 16: The Four Horsemen of the Fake Moon Landing. By 1980, Charles Kenneth Johnson had assembled all the pieces of his grand conspiracy theory about the faked Apollo moon landings. The accusation was now complete and comprehensive. Hollywood served as the production facility, providing the sound stages, equipment, and technical expertise necessary to create convincing footage of lunar exploration. Walt Disney was the sponsor, bringing resources, organizational capacity, and connections to both the entertainment industry and the space program. Arthur C. Clarke was the scriptwriter, providing the technical knowledge and narrative structure that made the fake missions seem authentic. And Stanley Kubrick was the director, bringing the visual artistry and perfectionist attention to detail that made the footage convincing enough to fool the world. Together, these four elements formed what Johnson saw as the complete explanation for how the impossible task of faking 6 moon landings had been accomplished. The accusation naming these specific 4 conspirators was not random. Each represented a crucial capability that would be needed to perpetrate a hoax of this magnitude. Johnson had thought through what such a conspiracy would require and had identified the individuals and organizations that possessed the necessary skills and resources. In its own twisted way, the accusation demonstrated a kind of logic, an attempt to explain how something Johnson believed was impossible, actual moon landings, could have been made to appear real. The problem, of course, was that the entire premise was wrong. The moon landings were not impossible and were not faked. But within the closed system of flat Earth cosmology, where space travel was literally impossible because space as understood by science did not exist, the conspiracy theory was the only available explanation for why millions of people believed astronauts had walked on the moon. Hollywood's role as production facility was the foundation of the conspiracy theory. Johnson argued that creating convincing footage of moon landings would require capabilities that only existed in the movie industry. Soundstages large enough to build lunar landscapes, lighting equipment sophisticated enough to simulate the harsh, unfiltered sunlight on the moon, camera operators skilled at filming in unusual conditions, special effects artists capable of creating stars, Earth views, and spacecraft that would look authentic on film. Directors who understood how to create convincing illusions, editors who could seamlessly combine different elements into coherent footage. All of these capabilities existed in Hollywood, Johnson argued, and had been refined over decades of making movies that transporting audiences to impossible places. The choice of Hollywood also made sense within Johnson's broader conspiracy framework. Hollywood, in his view, had always been closely tied to government interests. During World War II, Hollywood studios had produced training films, propaganda films, and entertainment for troops. During the Cold War, Hollywood had produced anti-communist films and had been infiltrated by CIA agents who influenced content. The line between entertainment and propaganda had always been blurry, Johnson believed, and the government could call on Hollywood whenever it needed to create convincing narratives for public consumption. The moon landing hoax would simply be the most ambitious collaboration yet between Hollywood and the government, the ultimate propaganda production. Walt Disney's role as sponsor reflected the historical connection between Disney and the space program that we have examined in previous chapters. Disney had produced the influential space television programs of the 1950s with Wernher von Braun. Disney had built space attractions at Disneyland that simulated space travel for millions of visitors. Disney had toured NASA facilities in 1965. These were all documented facts. Johnson's conspiracy theory took these facts and reinterpreted them. Instead of seeing Disney as an advocate for real space exploration, Johnson saw him as a conspirator preparing the public to accept fake space exploration. The television programs were not educational, they were preparatory propaganda. The Disneyland attractions were not entertainment, they were familiarization exercises. The NASA tour was not a visit, it was a planning meeting. The fact that Walt Disney had died in December 1966, more than 2 years before Apollo 11, created a chronological problem for this theory. Johnson's solution, to the extent he addressed this issue at all, seemed to be that Disney had set up the conspiracy before his death, or that the Disney organization continued the work after Walt was gone. Neither explanation is convincing, but conspiracy theories are rarely troubled by inconvenient facts. The Disney organization, after Walt's death, was focused on continuing the entertainment business Walt had built, not on engaging in massive government conspiracies. But in Johnson's mind, once the Disney space connection was established in the 1950s, it continued indefinitely regardless of Walt Disney's death. Arthur C. Clarke's role as scriptwriter has been examined in previous chapters, but it is worth emphasizing again how perfectly Clarke fit Johnson's requirements. Clarke combined technical expertise with literary skill. He could envision what a moon mission would look like, what challenges astronauts would face, what procedures they would follow, and what dialogue they would speak. His science fiction had explored moon missions in detail for decades. His collaboration with Kubrick on 2001 demonstrated his ability to work with filmmakers to create scientifically accurate depictions of space. And his role as a CBS commentator during Apollo 11 gave him insider knowledge of how the missions were presented to the public. From Johnson's conspiratorial perspective, Clarke's involvement was obvious and necessary. Stanley Kubrick's role as director completed the quartet. By 1980, the conspiracy theory implicating Kubrick in faking the moon landings was already well established in conspiracy circles, as discussed in earlier chapters. Kubrick had demonstrated with 2001 that he could create visually stunning and technically sophisticated depictions of space travel. His reputation as an obsessive perfectionist suggested he could be trusted with a project of such importance and sensitivity. His reclusive nature and his notorious control over his films suggested he could keep secrets and could ensure that everyone involved in the production maintained silence. Kubrick was, in the conspiracy theorists' view, the only director with the skill and the personality to successfully direct fake moon landing footage that would fool the world. The conspiracy theory required that all four of these elements work together seamlessly. Hollywood provided the facility, Disney provided the sponsorship and coordination, Clarke provided the script and technical authenticity, Kubrick provided the direction and visual execution. Together, they created footage of 6 successful moon landings, from Apollo 11 in July 1969 through Apollo 17 in December 1972, that was broadcast to the world as live coverage of actual events. The astronauts in this theory were either actors or were real astronauts who never actually went to space, but instead performed in the Hollywood productions and then maintained the deception for the rest of their lives. The logistics of such a conspiracy are staggering when examined in detail. The Apollo program involved roughly 400,000 people working for NASA, contractors, and subcontractors across the United States. All of these people would have to be either part of the conspiracy or fooled by it. The rockets launched from Cape Canaveral were real and were watched by thousands of spectators and tracked by radar stations. Either the spacecraft actually went to the moon, or they were launched empty while the crews were secretly transporting to Hollywood to film fake missions. The communications between astronauts and mission control during the missions were heard live by millions of radio operators and were recorded. Either these communications reflected real missions, or they were scripted performances executed with perfect timing and coordination. The physical evidence presents even greater problems for the conspiracy theory. The Apollo missions returned 842 pounds of lunar rocks and soil to Earth. These samples have been studied by scientists around the world for over 50 years. They are definitively from the moon, with characteristics that could not be replicated by any technology available in the 1960s or 70s. They contain isotopes created by cosmic ray exposure that only occurs in the absence of an atmosphere. They show no signs of water or organic contamination. They have mineral structures and compositions unique to the lunar environment. Creating fake lunar samples would be far more difficult than actually going to the moon and collecting real ones. The retroreflectors left on the moon by Apollo astronauts present another insurmountable problem. These devices, essentially arrays of mirrors designed to reflect laser light directly back to its source, were placed at 5 locations on the moon by Apollo 11, 14, and 15, and by 2 Soviet robotic missions. Scientists at observatories around the world regularly bounce laser beams off these retroreflectors to measure the Earth-Moon distance with millimeter precision. The measurements confirm that the retroreflectors are on the moon at the locations where the Apollo missions placed them. There is no way to fake this. The retroreflectors are there because astronauts put them there. The Soviet Union's response to Apollo also contradicts the conspiracy theory. The Soviets were in a space race with the United States throughout the 1960s. They had every possible motive to expose an American moon landing hoax if one existed. They tracked the Apollo missions with their own equipment. They detected the communications between astronauts and mission control. They observed the spacecraft trajectories. If the missions had been faked, the Soviets would have known and would have immediately exposed the fraud to embarrass America and win the space race by default. Instead, the Soviet Union acknowledged that the American moon landings were real, even as they tried to downplay their significance. This Soviet acknowledgement is perhaps the strongest evidence that Apollo was real, because it comes from America's bitterest rival, who had every reason to claim otherwise if they could. The conspiracy theory also fails to explain why NASA would have faked 6 moon landings rather than just 1. If the purpose was simply to beat the Soviets and claim victory in the space race, Apollo 11 would have been sufficient. Why continue the hoax with Apollo 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17? Each additional fake mission would multiply the risk of exposure, increase the number of people who had to maintain silence, and compound the technical challenges of maintaining consistency in the fabricated footage and data. The conspiracy theory provides no good answer to this question. The actual answer is that NASA conducted multiple missions because they were real, because the agency wanted to explore different regions of the moon, and because each mission contributed to scientific knowledge. Yet despite all of these logical, evidentiary, and practical problems with the conspiracy theory, Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society persisted in promoting it. The accusation naming Hollywood, Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick as the 4 conspirators responsible for faking the moon landings was presented as established fact, not as speculation or hypothesis. Johnson never explained how he knew these specific individuals were involved. He never cited sources or documents. He simply stated the accusation with complete confidence, apparently expecting his readers and listeners to accept his authority. And some did accept it, because they shared Johnson's flat Earth worldview and needed an explanation for how the moon landings could have appeared to occur when, in their cosmology, such landings were impossible. The 1980 accusation represents the culmination of a decade of conspiracy theory development. It synthesized various threads that had been circulating independently: Bill Kaysing's arguments about technical impossibility, the emerging Kubrick theories, the historical Disney space connection, Clarke's role as space advocate and Apollo commentator, and wove them into a comprehensive narrative with specific named conspirators and defined roles. It was the most detailed and elaborate moon landing conspiracy theory yet proposed. It was also the most absurd, pushing conspiracy thinking to its logical extreme, where every connection becomes evidence of conspiracy, every collaboration becomes proof of deception, and every advocate for space exploration becomes a suspect in faking space exploration. The accusation would have lasting impact on conspiracy culture. While the specific claim about Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick never became as widely believed as more general moon hoax theories, it established a template for elaborate, multi-participant conspiracy narratives. It demonstrated how conspiracy theorists could take real historical connections and real individuals and construct comprehensive alternative narratives that inverted reality. And it showed how conspiracy theories evolve toward greater specificity and elaboration over time, with each generation of conspiracy theorists adding new details and new accused conspirators to the narrative. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation was not the end of moon landing conspiracy theories, but it was the moment when such theories reached their peak of detailed absurdity. Chapter 17: The Practical Impossibilities. The conspiracy theory promoted by Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society in 1980, accusing Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick of collaborating to fake the Apollo moon landings, fails not just on evidentiary grounds, but on practical grounds. Even if we set aside the overwhelming evidence that the moon landings actually occurred, even if we grant for the sake of argument that some organization might have wanted to fake them, the practical challenges of successfully executing and maintaining such a hoax would have been insurmountable. Examining these practical impossibilities reveals why the conspiracy theory is not merely wrong but absurd, incompatible with basic logic, and with how large-scale operations actually function. The scale of the Apollo program is the first and most obvious practical impossibility for the conspiracy theory. At its peak, the Apollo program employed approximately 400,000 people working for NASA and its contractors. These included engineers designing spacecraft, technicians building components, scientists planning experiments, administrators managing budgets, support staff handling logistics, and countless others contributing specialized expertise. These 400,000 people were spread across the entire United States, working at NASA facilities, contractor plants, university laboratories, and countless other locations. They were not isolated from the rest of society. They had families, friends, neighbors. They talked about their work, brought home documents, showed pride in their contributions. For the moon landings to have been faked, either all 400,000 of these people were part of the conspiracy or most of them were deceived about what they were actually building and doing. The first option, that 400,000 people knowingly participated in a hoax and have all maintained perfect silence for over 50 years, is psychologically and statistically impossible. Large groups of people cannot keep secrets, especially secrets of this magnitude. Someone always talks, whether from guilt, from desire for attention, from financial motivation, or simply from the human tendency to share important information. The fact that not a single one of these 400,000 people has ever provided credible evidence of a hoax, despite the potential for fame and fortune that would come from exposing it, is strong evidence that there was no hoax to expose. The second option, that most of the 400,000 people were genuinely building spacecraft and conducting real work, while a small group at the top orchestrated the hoax, is equally implausible. The engineers and technicians working on Apollo were not simply following orders blindly. They were solving complex technical problems, testing systems, calculating trajectories, and building hardware that had to function according to the laws of physics. When they built the Saturn V rocket, they built a real rocket that actually flew. When they designed the lunar module, they designed a real spacecraft that had to be capable of landing on the moon and taking off again. There was no way to fake this work. Either the hardware functioned as designed, or it did not. The tests and calculations were real, and they proved that the spacecraft were capable of actually conducting moon missions. The international tracking of Apollo missions presents another insurmountable practical barrier to the conspiracy theory. The Apollo spacecraft were tracked by multiple independent observers around the world, not just by NASA. The Soviet Union tracked the missions with its own equipment and was able to monitor the spacecraft throughout their flights. Other countries, including Britain, France, Germany, and Australia, also tracked the missions. Amateur radio operators around the world listened to communications between the astronauts and mission control. The Jodrell Bank Observatory in England tracked Apollo 11 throughout its mission and confirmed its trajectory and position. For the conspiracy to have worked, all of these independent observers would have had to be fooled simultaneously, with NASA somehow creating false signals that appeared to come from spacecraft traveling to and from the moon. The technical challenges of doing this would have exceeded the challenges of actually flying to the moon. The Soviet Union's role deserves special emphasis because it represents perhaps the strongest single piece of evidence against the conspiracy theory. The United States and the Soviet Union were locked in the most intense geopolitical and ideological competition of the 20th century. The space race was a central arena of this competition, with both sides viewing achievements in space as demonstrations of the superiority of their respective systems. The Soviets had achieved most of the early milestones: first satellite, first animal in orbit, first human in space, first spacewalk, first lunar impact, first spacecraft to orbit the moon. The American moon landing was the achievement that finally gave the United States clear supremacy in space. If the moon landing had been faked, the Soviet Union would have known. Soviet tracking stations monitored the Apollo missions. Soviet intelligence agencies would have been looking for any evidence of deception. Soviet scientists would have been analyzing every aspect of the American claims, and if the Soviets had detected any evidence of fraud, they would have immediately exposed it to the world. The propaganda value of proving that the Americans had faked their greatest achievement would have been incalculable. The fact that the Soviet Union never made such a claim, that they acknowledged the American moon landings were real even while trying to minimize their importance, is overwhelming evidence that the landings actually occurred. The Soviets would not have helped the United States maintain a hoax that made America look superior. The physical evidence returned from the moon presents practical challenges that the conspiracy theory cannot address. The Apollo missions brought back 842 pounds of lunar rocks and soil samples. These samples have been distributed to scientists around the world and have been the subject of thousands of scientific papers over the past 5 decades. The samples are definitively from the moon. They have characteristics that could not be faked with any technology available in the 1960s or 70s, or even with technology available today. They show evidence of cosmic ray exposure that only occurs in the absence of an atmosphere. They contain isotopes and minerals that do not exist in Earth rocks. They have been studied by scientists from many countries, including countries that were not American allies and had no reason to participate in an American hoax. Creating fake lunar samples that would fool expert examination would be far more difficult than actually going to the moon and collecting real samples. It would require somehow replicating billions of years of lunar geological history, including exposure to the solar wind, bombardment by micrometeorites, and formation in the moon's unique low-gravity, airless environment. It would require doing this in a way that would fool not just initial examination, but decades of subsequent study using increasingly sophisticated analytical techniques. The conspiracy theory offers no explanation for how this could have been accomplished. The obvious answer is that it could not have been faked because it was real. The retroreflectors left on the moon by Apollo astronauts present an even more direct practical impossibility for the conspiracy theory. These arrays of mirrors, placed on the lunar surface by Apollo 11, 14, and 15, are used by scientists to this day to measure the Earth-Moon distance by bouncing laser beams off them. Multiple observatories around the world conduct these experiments regularly. The laser beam travels from Earth to the Moon, bounces off the retroreflector, and returns to Earth, with the round-trip time being measured to determine the distance. This technique, called lunar laser ranging, has provided precise measurements of the Earth-Moon distance, the Moon's orbit, and even has helped test Einstein's theory of general relativity. The retroreflectors are there, on the Moon, at the locations where the Apollo missions placed them. This is verified by independent observatories in multiple countries. There is no way to fake this. The conspiracy theory would require that someone placed retroreflectors on the moon without sending astronauts, perhaps using robotic missions. But the United States did not have robotic missions capable of landing on the moon and deploying retroreflectors in the 1960s and 70s. Even today, landing on the moon robotically is difficult, as demonstrated by the recent failures of several lunar landing attempts. The technology to do what the conspiracy theory requires did not exist. The only way the retroreflectors could have been placed where they are is if astronauts actually went to the moon and put them there. The consistency of the Apollo missions over time presents another practical barrier to the conspiracy theory. 6 Apollo missions successfully landed on the moon between 1969 and 1972. Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Each mission lasted several days, with astronauts spending hours on the lunar surface, conducting experiments, collecting samples, taking photographs, and transmitting live television. The missions were conducted over a 3-year period with different crews, different landing sites, and different scientific objectives. Maintaining a hoax of this complexity over this time period, with absolute consistency in the fabricated data, footage, and samples, while keeping potentially thousands of people silent, would be practically impossible. Consider just the photographs taken during the 6 missions. The Apollo astronauts took over 8,000 photographs on the moon using medium-format Hasselblad cameras. These photographs show the lunar surface from multiple angles under varying lighting conditions at different locations. The photographs are completely consistent with each other and with what we know about the moon from other sources, including subsequent robotic missions and modern satellite imagery. The shadows, lighting, and perspective in the photographs follow the laws of physics precisely. Skeptics have claimed to find anomalies in the photographs, such as shadows going in wrong directions or the flag appearing to wave. But every claimed anomaly has been explained by experts who understand photography, physics, and the lunar environment. Creating 8,000 fake photographs that would be this consistent, this detailed, and this physically accurate would require computational capabilities that did not exist in the 1960s and 70s. Modern software can create photorealistic images, but the technology of the Apollo era could not. The photographs would have had to be created practically, using physical sets and models. But the lunar surface in the Apollo photographs shows features, depth, and variation that could not be replicated on even the largest soundstage. The horizon distance visible in the photographs, the way dust kicked up by astronauts falls in perfect ballistic arcs in 1/6 gravity, the quality of shadows on an airless world, all of these would be impossible to fake convincingly. The photographs are real because the missions were real. The testimony of the astronauts themselves presents a final practical impossibility. 12 men walked on the moon during the Apollo program, and 24 men traveled to the moon, including those who remained in orbit while their colleagues landed. All of these men have consistently maintained that they actually went to the moon and that the missions occurred as officially reported. They have been interviewed countless times over the decades. They have written memoirs, given lectures, and participated in documentaries. Not one has ever provided credible evidence of a hoax. Not one has made a deathbed confession. Not one has shown any sign that they are maintaining a lie that has lasted over 50 years. These were not actors, but test pilots, engineers, and scientists of the highest caliber. They were men of demonstrated courage and integrity. The idea that all of them have conspired to maintain a lie for their entire lives, that none has ever broken under the weight of such deception, contradicts everything we know about human psychology. People confess. People seek redemption. People want to tell the truth, especially about momentous events. The fact that no astronaut has ever credibly claimed the moon landings were faked is powerful evidence that there was nothing to confess. They went to the moon, they did what they said they did, and they have maintained their accounts because those accounts are true. Chapter 18: Why People Believed, the Psychology of 1980. The 1980 accusation by the Flat Earth Society, naming Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick as conspirators in faking the moon landings was, as we have seen, absurd on its face and contradicted by overwhelming evidence. Yet it found believers. The International Flat Earth Research Society had roughly 3,500 members at its peak, and while not all members necessarily accepted every detail of Johnson's conspiracy theories, many did accept the basic claim that the moon landings were faked. Beyond the Flat Earth Society, millions of Americans in 1980 harbored doubts about various official narratives, including the moon landing. Understanding why people believed conspiracy theories in this era and why some continue to believe them today requires examining the psychology of conspiracy belief and the cultural conditions that make such beliefs more or less likely to take hold. Conspiracy theories appeal to deep psychological needs and exploit cognitive biases that all humans share to some degree. One of the most important of these biases is pattern recognition, the tendency to see connections and relationships between events even when those connections do not exist. The human brain evolved to detect patterns because pattern recognition was crucial to survival. Our ancestors who could recognize that certain weather patterns preceded storms, that certain animal behaviors indicated danger, or that certain plant characteristics indicated edibility were more likely to survive and reproduce. This pattern recognition ability is so fundamental that it operates automatically, constantly scanning for relationships in the environment. The problem is that pattern recognition is not perfect. It generates false positives, seeing patterns where none exist. This tendency is called apophenia, and it is particularly strong when people are confronted with complex, ambiguous, or threatening situations. When faced with a major event like the moon landing, the human brain automatically searches for explanations, for patterns that make sense of what happened. For most people, the official explanation makes sense. NASA developed rockets and spacecraft, launched astronauts to the moon, and brought them safely home. But for some people, particularly those predisposed to distrust official narratives, this explanation seems too simple or too convenient. They see connections that suggest a different pattern. Disney worked with von Braun in the 1950s. Kubrick made a space movie in 1968. Clarke was a space advocate who also wrote science fiction. Therefore, these connections must indicate conspiracy. Another cognitive bias that supports conspiracy belief is confirmation bias, the tendency to seek out, interpret, and remember information that confirms pre-existing beliefs while ignoring or dismissing information that contradicts those beliefs. Once someone decides that the moon landings might have been faked, confirmation bias causes them to notice and emphasize any information that seems to support this belief, while overlooking or rationalizing away the far more abundant information that contradicts it. A shadow in an Apollo photograph that seems to go in an unexpected direction is seized upon as evidence of studio lighting, while explanations from photography experts about how shadows work on an uneven surface are dismissed as attempts at cover-up. An interview where an astronaut seems hesitant or uncomfortable is interpreted as evidence of guilt, while countless other interviews where astronauts speak confidently and consistently about their missions are ignored. The need for cognitive closure, the desire to have definite answers rather than uncertainty, also contributes to conspiracy belief. Major events like the moon landing raise questions: how was it accomplished? What technologies were used? What were the risks? For most people, the answers provided by NASA and by expert analysis are sufficient even if they do not understand every technical detail. But for some people, particularly those without scientific training, the technical explanations can seem incomplete or unsatisfying. Conspiracy theories offer simple, definitive answers that require no specialized knowledge to understand. The moon landing was faked in Hollywood, end of mystery. This answer has the appeal of closure, of definiteness, even though it is wrong. Conspiracy theories also serve existential and psychological needs. They provide a sense of control over uncertain or threatening situations. The 1970s and early 1980s were times of profound uncertainty for many Americans. The economy was struggling, the nation's international prestige had been damaged by Vietnam and the hostage crisis, trust in institutions had collapsed. In such an environment, conspiracy theories offered a way to make sense of national decline. America was not failing because of complex economic forces or difficult geopolitical realities. America was declining because sinister conspirators had deceived the public and diverted resources to fake achievements rather than real ones. This explanation, while false, provided a clear villain and a clear cause for problems, making an uncertain world feel more comprehensible. Conspiracy theories also fulfill social needs, particularly the need to feel special or to possess secret knowledge. Members of conspiracy theory communities often describe themselves as skeptics, truth seekers, or free thinkers who have broken free from the mental prison that contains the masses. There is a pleasure in believing that one has seen through the deception that fools everyone else, that one belongs to an enlightened minority who know the truth. The International Flat Earth Research Society, with its 3,500 members, was a community of people who shared this sense of special knowledge. They were the ones who knew the Earth was flat and the moon landing was faked. The rest of the world was deceived, but they had figured it out. The cultural environment of 1980 specifically made conspiracy theories more believable than they might have been in other eras. The 1970s had been a decade of revelation about genuine government conspiracies and deceptions. The Pentagon Papers in 1971 revealed that the government had systematically lied about the Vietnam War. The Watergate scandal of 1972 through 1974 revealed criminal conspiracy at the highest levels of government, with President Nixon personally involved in illegal activities and cover-ups. Congressional investigations in 1975 and 1976 revealed that the CIA had conducted mind control experiments, assassination plots, and illegal domestic surveillance. The FBI had spied on and attempted to disrupt civil rights organizations and anti-war groups. These were not conspiracy theories, but documented facts. The government really had lied, really had conspired, really had betrayed public trust. This created an environment where additional conspiracy theories seemed more plausible. If the government would lie about Vietnam and engage in criminal activities like Watergate, what else might they lie about? This logic was superficially reasonable, but ultimately faulty. The fact that the government lied about some things did not mean it lied about everything. Each claim had to be evaluated on its own evidence. But in the atmosphere of the late 1970s and early 1980s, many people found it easier to assume that official narratives were probably false than to carefully examine the evidence for each claim. The distrust of institutions that characterized this era was not entirely irrational. Institutions had failed, leaders had lied, experts had been wrong. The challenge was to distinguish between justified skepticism of institutions that had proven untrustworthy and paranoid rejection of all institutional knowledge. Healthy skepticism would say, the government has lied about some things, therefore I should carefully examine government claims and look for independent verification. Paranoid conspiracy thinking would say, the government has lied about some things, therefore I should assume the government lies about everything and that any claim it makes is probably false. The 1980 cultural environment pushed many people toward the latter position. The media's role in spreading conspiracy theories also deserves consideration. Conspiracy theories, including Charles Johnson's claims about the moon landing, made good copy. They were interesting, controversial, and provided colorful characters for interviews and profiles. Newspapers and magazines regularly featured articles about the Flat Earth Society, usually treating it as an amusing curiosity, but nonetheless giving it publicity. Radio talk shows invited conspiracy theorists on to discuss their views, knowing that controversial guests attracted listeners. Television programs occasionally featured segments on conspiracy theories, presenting them as alternatives to official narratives, even while not necessarily endorsing them. This media attention had contradictory effects. On one hand, it exposed conspiracy theories to criticism by bringing them to the attention of skeptics and debunkers who would refute them. On the other hand, it legitimized the conspiracy theories by treating them as worthy of attention and by presenting them as alternatives deserving consideration rather than as thoroughly debunked nonsense. When a newspaper published an article about Charles Johnson claiming Disney and Kubrick faked the moon landing, even if the article was skeptical, it still spread Johnson's claims to thousands or millions of readers who might never otherwise have encountered them. Some small percentage of those readers would find the claims intriguing and would seek out more information, potentially becoming believers. The psychology of conspiracy belief also involves a resistance to correction that makes believers difficult to reach with evidence or logical argument. Once someone has committed to a conspiracy theory, especially if they have publicly advocated for it or have made it part of their identity, presenting them with contradictory evidence often backfires, rather than changing their mind. They dig in deeper, finding ways to incorporate the new evidence into their conspiracy framework or dismissing it as disinformation spread by the conspirators. This phenomenon, sometimes called the backfire effect, means that debunking conspiracy theories is far more difficult than simply presenting facts and logic. For Charles Johnson and the core members of the Flat Earth Society, belief in the moon landing hoax was not separable from their broader flat Earth worldview. They did not first conclude the moon landing was faked and then separately conclude the Earth was flat. Rather, their flat Earth cosmology required that space travel as described by science be impossible, which required that the moon landing be fake, which required an explanation for how it was faked, which led to the conspiracy theory naming Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick. Attempting to debunk just the moon landing conspiracy without addressing the underlying flat Earth belief would be futile, because the conspiracy theory was a necessary consequence of the cosmology. The believers in the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation were not simply ignorant or stupid. They were ordinary people who had adopted a worldview that was incompatible with reality and who had developed elaborate explanations to reconcile their worldview with what they observed. They exhibited cognitive biases that all humans share, pattern recognition that found connections where none existed, confirmation bias that emphasized supporting evidence while dismissing contradictory evidence, need for cognitive closure that made simple conspiratorial explanations appealing. They were influenced by the cultural environment of distrust and paranoia that characterized their era. And they found community and meaning in their conspiracy beliefs, making those beliefs resistant to correction. Understanding why people believed the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation does not make the accusation any less false or any less absurd. The moon landings were real, the conspiracy theory was wrong, and the evidence overwhelmingly supports these conclusions. But understanding the psychology and cultural conditions that made conspiracy belief possible helps explain how absurd claims can find believers and helps illustrate the challenges of combating conspiracy theories in any era. The problem is not simply a lack of information or education, though those help. The problem is that conspiracy theories fulfill psychological and social needs that facts alone cannot address, and that humans are prone to cognitive biases that conspiracy theories exploit. Combating conspiracy theories requires not just presenting evidence, but understanding and addressing the underlying psychological needs that make conspiracy belief attractive. Chapter 19: The Evidence Against the Hoax Claims. The 1980 accusation by Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society that Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick conspired to fake the Apollo moon landings was not simply contradicted by the absence of evidence for a conspiracy. It was actively disproven by the overwhelming abundance of evidence that the moon landings actually occurred. This evidence comes from multiple independent sources, includes physical materials that could not have been faked with any available technology, and has been verified by scientists around the world, including those from countries that were not American allies. Examining this evidence in detail reveals not only that the moon landings were real, but that conspiracy theorists have consistently misunderstood, misrepresented, or deliberately ignored facts that contradict their narrative. The lunar samples returned by the Apollo missions constitute perhaps the most powerful single category of evidence that the landings were real. Between 1969 and 1972, the 6 successful Apollo landing missions brought back a total of 842 pounds of lunar rocks, core samples, dust, and pebbles. This material was collected from 6 different locations on the Moon, representing different geological environments and different periods in lunar history. The samples were carefully documented, photographed, and catalogued. They were then distributed to hundreds of laboratories around the world for analysis. Over the past 5 decades, these samples have been the subject of thousands of scientific papers and have fundamentally shaped our understanding of the Moon's formation, composition, and history. The lunar samples are definitively from the Moon. They have characteristics that are completely unlike Earth rocks and that could not be replicated with any technology available in the 1960s, 70s, or even today. The rocks show no evidence of water or organic contamination. They contain mineral assemblages and textures that only form in the Moon's low-gravity, airless environment. They have been bombarded by cosmic rays and solar wind particles for billions of years, leaving distinctive isotopic signatures that only occur in materials exposed to space without atmospheric protection. They contain exotic minerals like armalcolite, named for Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, which have since been found in Earth rocks but were first discovered in lunar samples. One of the most significant findings from lunar sample analysis was the confirmation of the Moon's extreme age. Dating using radioisotopes showed that many lunar rocks are over 4 billion years old, approaching the age of the solar system itself. Some samples showed evidence of the Moon's earliest history, when it was covered by a magma ocean that gradually cooled and crystallized. These ancient rocks provided crucial evidence for understanding how the Moon formed, most likely from debris thrown into orbit when a Mars-sized object collided with the early Earth in a catastrophic impact. This understanding of lunar formation came directly from studying the Apollo samples and would not have been possible without them. The conspiracy theory offers no plausible explanation for how these samples could have been faked, creating rocks that would fool detailed scientific analysis by experts from around the world, including geologists, geochemists, mineralogists, and planetary scientists, would require somehow replicating 4 billion years of lunar geological history. It would require creating the distinctive isotopic signatures produced by cosmic ray exposure. It would require synthesizing minerals that had never been seen before. It would require doing all of this well enough to fool not just initial examination, but decades of subsequent study using increasingly sophisticated analytical techniques. The technology to accomplish this did not exist in the 1960s and does not exist today. The only way to obtain actual lunar samples is to go to the Moon and collect them. The Soviet Union also returned lunar samples to Earth, using robotic missions Luna 16, Luna 20, and Luna 24 between 1970 and 1976. These samples, while smaller in quantity than the Apollo samples, had the same distinctive characteristics as the Apollo materials. Soviet scientists who studied both their own samples and samples shared by NASA confirmed that all the materials were genuinely from the Moon. This independent verification by America's Cold War rival is extraordinarily powerful evidence. If the Apollo samples had been fake, Soviet scientists would have immediately detected the fraud and would have gained tremendous propaganda value from exposing it. Instead, they confirmed that the samples were real. The retroreflectors left on the Moon by Apollo 11, 14, and 15 provide another category of irrefutable evidence. These devices, consisting of arrays of corner-cube prisms that reflect light directly back toward its source, were placed on the lunar surface by astronauts and are still in use today for lunar laser ranging experiments. Scientists at observatories around the world regularly bounce laser beams off these retroreflectors to measure the Earth-Moon distance with extraordinary precision. The round-trip travel time of the laser pulse, typically about 2.5 seconds, allows calculation of the distance to within a few millimeters. The retroreflectors are there, on the Moon, at the precise locations where the Apollo missions placed them. This has been verified by multiple independent observatories in different countries. The experiments have continued for over 50 years, providing not just measurements of distance, but also data on the Moon's orbit, the Moon's rotation, and even tests of Einstein's theory of general relativity. There is no way to fake this. The conspiracy theory would require that retroreflectors were placed on the moon through some means other than crewed missions, perhaps by robots. But the United States did not have robotic lunar landing capability in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Even today, soft landing on the moon robotically is extremely difficult, as demonstrated by recent failed attempts by multiple countries. The Soviet Union did place 2 retroreflectors on the moon using robotic missions, Lunokhod 1 and Lunokhod 2, in 1970 and 1973. These missions demonstrated that it was technically possible to deliver retroreflectors robotically, but the Soviet missions came after Apollo 11 and required technologies that the United States had not developed. The American retroreflectors were placed by astronauts, and the complexity and precision of their placement is consistent with human emplacement rather than robotic. The retroreflectors provide direct, ongoing, independently verifiable evidence that the Apollo missions reached the moon. Modern satellite imagery provides yet another category of evidence. NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which has been in orbit around the moon since 2009, has photographed all 6 Apollo landing sites in remarkable detail. The images show the descent stages of the lunar modules still sitting where the astronauts left them. They show the Apollo lunar surface, experiments package, or ALSEP science instruments deployed by the astronauts. They show the tracks made by astronauts walking on the lunar surface and the tire tracks from the lunar roving vehicles used on Apollo 15, 16, and 17. They even show the trails left by astronauts as they walked from the lunar module to various experiment sites and sampling locations. These images are not ambiguous. The descent stages are clearly visible, casting shadows consistent with structures roughly 14 feet across. The ALSEP instruments are visible as small bright spots at the distances from the descent stages documented in mission records. The tracks form patterns consistent with the activities documented in mission transcripts and visible in photographs taken by the astronauts. The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter images match precisely with what would be expected if the Apollo missions actually occurred as described. Creating all of these artifacts on the moon through robotic missions without anyone noticing would be far more difficult and expensive than simply conducting the crewed missions. Independent tracking of the Apollo missions provides additional evidence. As discussed in previous chapters, the missions were tracked by observatories and listening stations around the world, not just by NASA. The Jodrell Bank Observatory in England tracked Apollo 11 throughout its mission and confirmed the spacecraft's trajectory and position. The Parkes Observatory in Australia received television signals directly from the moon during the Apollo 11 moonwalk. Soviet tracking stations monitored all the Apollo missions and confirmed that spacecraft were traveling to and from the moon on the trajectories NASA claimed. Amateur radio operators around the world listened to communications between the astronauts and mission control during the missions. These operators could determine the approximate location of the transmitter based on the signal characteristics and propagation time. The signals came from spacecraft traveling to and from the moon, not from transmitters on Earth. Some radio enthusiasts even detected the signals from the ALSEP science instruments operating on the lunar surface after the astronauts left, continuing to transmit data for years. All of this independent tracking and verification confirms that the missions occurred as described. The photographic evidence from Apollo, while often cited by conspiracy theorists as suspicious, actually provides powerful evidence that the missions were real. The Apollo astronauts took over 8,000 photographs on the moon using modified Hasselblad medium-format cameras. These photographs show the lunar surface from multiple angles under varying lighting conditions at different locations. The photographs are completely consistent with each other and with everything else known about the moon from other sources. Conspiracy theorists have claimed to find anomalies in the photographs, shadows going in different directions, the flag appearing to wave, missing stars, identical backgrounds in photos from different missions. Every single one of these claimed anomalies has been thoroughly explained by experts in photography, physics, and lunar science. Shadows go in different directions because the lunar surface is not flat and smooth, but rough and undulating, causing shadows to be cast at different angles depending on the local terrain. The flag appears to wave because it was mounted on a horizontal rod to keep it extended, and the astronauts were moving the pole while planting it. Stars are not visible in photographs because the lunar surface is brightly lit by the sun, requiring camera settings that make dim stars too faint to register on film. Backgrounds that appear similar in different photos are actually from the same location photographed from different positions, or are from different locations that happen to look similar because the Moon has fewer landscape features than Earth. More importantly, the photographs show features and phenomena that would be impossible to fake convincingly with the technology available in the 1960s. The dust kicked up by astronauts' boots and by the lunar rovers falls in perfect ballistic arcs, with no dust cloud hanging in the air as would happen in an atmosphere. This behavior is exactly what physics predicts for dust in 1/6 gravity with no air resistance. Creating this effect on Earth would require either filming in a vacuum chamber large enough to contain astronauts and vehicles, which did not exist, or using computer graphics that were decades away from being developed. The photographs are real because the missions were real. The testimony of the 12 men who walked on the Moon provides human evidence that complements the physical evidence. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, Pete Conrad, Alan Bean, Alan Shepard, Edgar Mitchell, David Scott, James Irwin, John Young, Charles Duke, Eugene Cernan, and Harrison Schmitt all maintained throughout their lives that they actually walked on the Moon. They have been interviewed countless times, written memoirs, given lectures, and participated in documentaries. Their accounts are detailed, consistent, and match the documentary evidence. Not one has ever provided credible evidence of a hoax. Not one has made a deathbed confession. These were not actors, but test pilots, engineers, and scientists of the highest caliber, men of demonstrated courage and integrity. Buzz Aldrin's response to being confronted by conspiracy theorist Bart Sibrel in 2002 exemplifies the astronaut's frustration with hoax claims. When Sibrel cornered Aldrin outside a Los Angeles restaurant, called him a coward and a liar, and demanded he swear on a Bible that he had been to the Moon, the 72-year-old Aldrin punched Sibrel in the face. The punch was captured on video and has been widely shared. While physical violence is not an appropriate response to verbal provocation, Aldrin's reaction reflected his anger at being accused of perpetrating a massive fraud when he had actually risked his life to walk on the Moon. When prosecutors declined to press charges against Aldrin, they noted that Sibrel had been the instigator and that his behavior had been deliberately provocative. The evidence that the Apollo moon landings were real is overwhelming, comes from multiple independent sources, and includes physical materials and phenomena that could not have been faked with any available technology. The conspiracy theory promoted by Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society in 1980 ignored all of this evidence, focusing instead on perceived anomalies that have simple explanations and on suspicious connections that are actually legitimate historical relationships. The conspiracy theory required assuming that all of this evidence was fabricated, that thousands of scientists from around the world were fooled or complicit, and that no one involved in the massive conspiracy ever broke silence. These assumptions are not merely implausible, they are impossible. The moon landings happened. The evidence proves it conclusively. Chapter 20: Cultural Impact and Legacy. The 1980 accusation by Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society that Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick conspired to fake the Apollo moon landings represented a watershed moment in the history of conspiracy theories about space exploration. While the specific accusation never achieved widespread acceptance even among conspiracy theorists, it marked the point at which moon landing denial reached its maximum elaboration and specificity. It also demonstrated how conspiracy theories could evolve from general skepticism to detailed accusations, naming specific conspirators and assigning them specific roles. The legacy of this moment extends far beyond the flat Earth community and has influenced conspiracy culture up to the present day. The Flat Earth Society's accusation synthesized various strands of moon hoax conspiracy theories that had been developing throughout the 1970s. It combined Bill Kaysing's arguments about technical impossibility with emerging theories about Stanley Kubrick's involvement and with the historical connections between Walt Disney and the space program. By bringing all of these elements together into a unified narrative with specific named conspirators, the accusation created a template for comprehensive conspiracy theories. It showed how conspiracy theorists could take real historical facts, real connections between individuals and organizations, and real technological capabilities, and weave them into an alternative narrative that inverted reality. This template has been used repeatedly in subsequent conspiracy theories about other events. The approach of identifying individuals who had relevant skills or connections, assigning them roles in the alleged conspiracy, and presenting the resulting narrative as established fact has become a common feature of conspiracy theorizing. Whether the target is the September 11th attacks, mass shootings, pandemics, or elections, conspiracy theorists follow a similar pattern: identify anomalies or questions, propose that the official narrative is false, identify individuals or organizations with means and motive, assign them roles, and present the conspiracy as proven. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation was an early and particularly pure example of this methodology. Accusation also demonstrated the limits of conspiracy theories' reach and influence. Despite Charles Johnson's efforts to promote his claims through the Flat Earth News and through interviews with journalists, the specific accusation naming Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick never became widely believed. Even among moon landing conspiracy theorists, most focused on more general claims about photographic anomalies or technical impossibilities rather than on detailed accusations about specific conspirators. The accusation was too specific, too elaborate, and too easily refuted to gain traction beyond the committed Flat Earth community. This limited impact reflected several factors. First, the accusation was tied to Flat Earth belief, which was so far outside mainstream thinking that it discredited by association any claims made by Flat Earthers. Most Americans in 1980 might have harbored doubts about various official narratives, but they did not believe the Earth was flat. Conspiracy theories promoted by Flat Earthers were therefore suspect from the start. Second, the accusation required accepting multiple implausible premises: that Disney remained involved after his death, that Clarke would write scripts for a hoax he publicly opposed, that Kubrick's fictional space looked like real space despite obvious differences. Each implausibility made the overall theory harder to accept. Nevertheless, the accusation had lasting influence on conspiracy culture in more subtle ways. It helped establish the Kubrick moon hoax theory as a permanent fixture of conspiracy discourse. Before 1980, theories about Kubrick's involvement were fragmentary and inconsistent. The Flat Earth Society's accusation, by giving Kubrick a specific role within a comprehensive conspiracy narrative, helped solidify the theory. In subsequent years and decades, the Kubrick theory would continue to evolve, with conspiracy theorists claiming to find evidence of his involvement in his later films, particularly The Shining. These later elaborations built on the foundation laid by claims like Johnson's 1980 accusation. The cultural impact of moon landing conspiracy theories more broadly, independent of the specific Flat Earth Society claims, has been significant and troubling. These theories have contributed to broader erosion of trust in scientific expertise and institutional authority. When people believe that one of humanity's greatest technological achievements was faked, they become more skeptical of other scientific claims. If NASA lied about the moon landing, why believe them about climate change, about space exploration, about anything? This cascading skepticism, where doubt about one claim leads to doubt about all claims from similar sources, has become a defining feature of contemporary conspiracy culture. Moon landing denial has also served as a gateway to more extreme conspiracy theories. People who start by questioning the moon landing often progress to questioning other established facts. The Flat Earth Society itself demonstrates this progression. belief in a flat Earth requires rejecting vast amounts of scientific knowledge about astronomy, physics, geology, and navigation. Moon landing denial is often an intermediate step, a way of questioning scientific authority before moving to more fundamental rejections of scientific understanding. The path from moon landing skeptic to flat earther to believer in comprehensive conspiracies about global control is well worn, though certainly not everyone who doubts the moon landing follows this trajectory. The internet age has dramatically amplified the reach and impact of moon landing conspiracy theories. Charles Johnson promoted his claims through a quarterly newsletter and occasional media interviews, reaching perhaps thousands or tens of thousands of people. Today, conspiracy theorists can reach millions through websites, YouTube videos, social media posts, and podcasts. Moon landing denial content is readily available and easily accessible. Young people who did not live through the Apollo era encounter this content without the historical context that earlier generations possessed. For them, the moon landing is not a remembered event, but a historical claim that they must evaluate based on evidence and arguments they encounter. And conspiracy theorists have become skilled at making their arguments seem superficially plausible. The modern flat Earth resurgence, beginning in the early 21st century and accelerating in the 2010s, represents a perverse vindication of Charles Johnson's vision, though not in the way he intended. Johnson believed he was spreading truth about the flat Earth and the faked moon landings. The modern flat Earth movement, while claiming to believe in a flat Earth, often seems more interested in the social aspects of conspiracy belief, the sense of community, the pleasure of feeling special and informed, and the entertainment value of arguing online. Many modern flat earthers are not true believers in the sense that Johnson was. They are participants in a subculture that uses flat Earth belief as a vehicle for other concerns and interests. Nevertheless, the core arguments used by modern flat earthers echo those developed by Johnson in the 1970s and 80s. The claim that the moon landing was faked remains central to flat Earth doctrine because space exploration is incompatible with flat Earth cosmology. The specific accusation about Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick is less commonly cited today, but the general approach of identifying Hollywood and special effects as the means of fakery remains popular. Modern conspiracy videos about the moon landing frequently reference Kubrick, sometimes showing clips from 2001 or The Shining as supposed evidence of his involvement. The seed planted by Johnson's accusation continues to bear strange fruit. The educational challenges posed by moon landing denial and other conspiracy theories about established facts have prompted responses from scientific and educational institutions. NASA has created web resources specifically addressing moon hoax claims, patiently explaining the evidence for the moon landing and debunking common conspiracy arguments. Science museums and planetariums include exhibits about the Apollo missions with emphasis on the evidence that the landings were real. Documentary films and television programs have examined moon hoax theories and explained why they are wrong. These efforts have had some success in reaching people who are genuinely confused or misinformed, but they have been less successful with committed conspiracy believers whose beliefs serve psychological and social needs that facts alone cannot address. The legacy of the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation is therefore complex and multifaceted. The specific claim about Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick never achieved widespread acceptance and is regarded today as one of the more absurd elaborations of moon landing denial. Yet the accusation exemplified approaches to conspiracy theorizing that have become increasingly common. It demonstrated how real facts can be twisted into false narratives. It showed how conspiracy theories evolve toward greater specificity and elaboration. It revealed the psychological and cultural conditions that make conspiracy belief attractive, and it contributed to the ongoing tradition of moon landing denial that continues to influence public discourse about science, expertise, and truth. The broader impact of conspiracy theories like Johnson's extends to how society processes information and reaches conclusions about important matters. When significant portions of the population believe that major historical events were hoaxed, that scientific consensus is wrong, or that institutions systematically lie, the foundations of shared reality begin to erode. Democratic self-governance requires that citizens be able to agree on basic facts, even when they disagree about values and policies. Conspiracy theories that reject established facts in favor of alternative narratives make such agreement difficult or impossible. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation, while extreme and easily refuted, was an early warning of the challenges that conspiracy culture would pose to truth and to shared understanding in subsequent decades. Chapter 21: The Accused Respond. The individuals and institutions accused by Charles Johnson and the Flat Earth Society of conspiring to fake the Apollo moon landings had varied responses to these accusations, ranging from patient explanation to dismissive mockery to outraged confrontation. These responses reveal not only the accused parties' attitudes toward conspiracy theories, but also the broader challenges of addressing false claims that are deeply believed by their proponents. Understanding how NASA, the scientists, the astronauts, and the others responded to moon hoax claims provides insight into the difficulty of combating conspiracy theories and the limitations of debunking efforts. NASA's institutional response to moon landing conspiracy theories has been consistently patient and educational, though the agency has also shown frustration at having to repeatedly defend one of its greatest achievements. In the early years after Apollo, NASA largely ignored moon hoax claims, assuming that the overwhelming evidence of the landing's reality would speak for itself and that conspiracy theories would fade as the missions receded into accepted history. This assumption proved wrong. As conspiracy theories proliferated in the 1970s and 80s, NASA began to recognize that silence was allowing false claims to spread unchallenged. By the early 2000s, NASA had developed comprehensive web resources addressing moon hoax claims point by point. These resources explain why stars are not visible in lunar photographs, why shadows appear to go in different directions, why the flag appears to wave, and address dozens of other claims made by conspiracy theorists. The explanations are clear, scientifically accurate, and accessible to general audiences. NASA has also produced videos, participated in documentary films, and provided experts for interviews and public presentations, all aimed at educating the public about the reality of the moon landings. NASA's approach has been to treat moon hoax believers as people with genuine questions who can be educated with facts and patient explanation. This approach works with some audiences, particularly with students and others who are curious but not committed to conspiracy beliefs. However, NASA has found that committed conspiracy theorists are largely immune to evidence and argument. When NASA explains why stars are not visible in lunar photographs, conspiracy theorists respond that the explanation is part of the cover-up. When NASA points to physical evidence like lunar samples and retroreflectors, conspiracy theorists claim the evidence was fabricated or placed on the moon by robotic missions. The unfalsifiable nature of conspiracy theories means that no amount of evidence can convince someone determined to believe in a hoax. Arthur C. Clarke's response to being accused of writing scripts for fake moon landings was one of bemused incredulity. Clarke was aware of various conspiracy theories about the moon landing and had addressed them in interviews and writings throughout the 1970s and 80s. He found the theories absurd and was particularly frustrated that anyone could seriously believe that the Soviets would have remained silent about an American hoax. In interviews, Clarke would patiently explain the evidence for the moon landings, point out the logical flaws in conspiracy arguments, and emphasize that he had been an advocate for real space exploration, not a conspirator in fake space exploration. Clarke's response to the specific accusation that he was the scriptwriter was dismissive. He pointed out that he had never been employed by NASA, had never written anything for the Apollo missions, and had been publicly celebrating the landings as real achievements. The accusation was so baseless that it barely deserved refutation. Clarke did occasionally express concern about the broader implications of conspiracy thinking, noting that rejection of evidence-based reasoning was dangerous in an age when humanity faced serious challenges requiring scientific understanding and international cooperation. But he spent far more time promoting future space exploration than defending past achievements against conspiracy theories. Stanley Kubrick, the other creative figure prominently accused of involvement in faking the moon landings, never directly addressed the conspiracy theories during his lifetime. Kubrick was notoriously reclusive and gave few interviews, preferring to let his films speak for themselves. He died in 1999, 30 years after Apollo 11, without ever having publicly commented on moon hoax theories. This silence has been interpreted by conspiracy theorists as evidence of guilt, an inability or unwillingness to deny the accusations because they were true. The reality is that Kubrick simply did not engage with his critics or with public controversies. His refusal to discuss the moon hoax theories was consistent with his general refusal to explain or justify his work. After Kubrick's death, his family and associates have occasionally addressed the conspiracy theories. Kubrick's widow, Christiane, has stated flatly that the theories are nonsense and that Kubrick never worked for NASA or had any involvement with the moon landings. Kubrick's longtime collaborator, special effects designer Douglas Trumbull, has explained repeatedly that the special effects in 2001 were completely different from real space footage and that the technologies used in the film could not have created convincing fake moon landing footage. These statements have had little impact on committed conspiracy believers, but they provide clear refutation for anyone willing to listen. Walt Disney, having died in 1966, never had the opportunity to respond to accusations that he or his company sponsored the fake moon landings. The Disney company has generally not commented on the conspiracy theories, likely viewing them as too absurd to merit official response. Disney archives and historians have documented Disney's legitimate involvement with space advocacy in the 1950s, his collaboration with Wernher von Braun, and his 1965 tour of NASA facilities. This documentation is readily available to anyone interested in the actual history rather than the conspiratorial fiction. But the Disney company has not mounted active campaigns to debunk moon hoax theories, presumably calculating that such efforts would give the theories more attention than they deserve. The astronauts who actually walked on the moon have been the most personally affected by conspiracy theories denying their achievements. These men risked their lives to explore the moon. They trained for years, endured dangerous missions, and achieved extraordinary things. To have their accomplishments dismissed as fraud, to be called liars and actors, has been deeply offensive to many of them. Their responses have ranged from patient explanation to angry confrontation. Neil Armstrong, the first man to walk on the moon, generally declined to engage with conspiracy theorists. Armstrong was intensely private and avoided publicity after leaving NASA. He gave few interviews and did not enjoy being a celebrity. When asked about moon hoax theories, he typically responded with brief statements affirming that the missions were real and then changed the subject. Armstrong seemed to believe that his achievement should speak for itself and that conspiracy theories were beneath his dignity to address. He died in 2012 at age 82, having spent his later years teaching engineering and avoiding the spotlight. Buzz Aldrin took a more confrontational approach, particularly as he grew older and more frustrated with persistent conspiracy theories. The 2002 incident where Aldrin punched conspiracy theorist Bart Sibrel has become famous as a symbol of astronauts' anger at being called liars. In interviews after the incident, Aldrin explained that he had been provoked by Sibrel's aggressive behavior and insulting language. Aldrin has also participated in documentaries and public presentations where he patiently explains the evidence that the moon landings were real, though he clearly finds it frustrating to have to defend obvious truth against absurd claims. Other moonwalking astronauts have had similar experiences. Alan Bean, who walked on the moon during Apollo 12 and later became an accomplished painter depicting space scenes, participated in a documentary about moon hoax theories and calmly explained why each conspiracy claim was wrong. Charles Duke, who walked on the moon during Apollo 16, has spoken at numerous events about his lunar experience and has addressed conspiracy theories as part of his presentations. Eugene Cernan, the last man to walk on the moon during Apollo 17, expressed frustration in interviews that people doubted what he and his colleagues had accomplished. The scientific community's response to moon landing conspiracy theories has been to treat them as teaching opportunities. When conspiracy theories raise questions about shadows, radiation, or other technical matters, scientists use these questions to explain photography, physics, and the lunar environment. Many scientists have written articles or given presentations specifically addressing moon hoax claims, seeing this as part of their obligation to promote scientific literacy and evidence-based thinking. Organizations like the Planetary Society, the National Space Society, and various universities have produced educational materials explaining why the moon landings were real and why conspiracy theories are wrong. However, scientists have also recognized the limitations of debunking efforts. Research into the psychology of conspiracy belief has shown that presenting evidence often backfires with committed believers, causing them to dig in deeper rather than change their minds. This phenomenon, sometimes called the backfire effect, means that simply providing facts is insufficient to combat conspiracy theories. More sophisticated approaches are needed, including building trust, addressing the underlying psychological needs that conspiracy beliefs fulfill, and creating social environments where evidence-based reasoning is valued and conspiracy thinking is gently challenged. The responses of NASA, the accused individuals, the astronauts, and the scientific community to moon landing conspiracy theories have been varied but generally characterized by patience, education, and sometimes frustration. These responses have helped counter conspiracy theories among people who are genuinely curious or confused. They have been less successful with committed believers whose conspiracy theories serve psychological and social needs that facts cannot address. The challenge of responding to false accusations while not giving them more attention than they deserve remains an ongoing dilemma for everyone working to promote scientific understanding and respect for truth. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation was an extreme case, but the responses to it exemplified the broader challenges of addressing conspiracy theories in any era. Chapter 22: Lessons from Absurdity. The 1980 accusation by Charles Kenneth Johnson and the International Flat Earth Research Society that Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick conspired to fake the Apollo moon landings represents a unique moment in the history of conspiracy theories. It was the culmination of a decade of moon hoax conspiracy theory development, the synthesis of various strands of denial into one comprehensive narrative with specific named conspirators and assigned roles. It was also the point at which moon landing conspiracy theories reached their maximum absurdity, pushing conspiratorial thinking to such extremes that even many conspiracy theorists found it implausible. Yet this very absurdity makes the 1980 accusation valuable as a case study. By examining this extreme example, we can learn broader lessons about conspiracy theories, about how they form and spread, about why people believe them, and about what can be done to promote critical thinking and evidence-based reasoning in an age when misinformation proliferates with unprecedented speed and reach. The first and most fundamental lesson from the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation is that conspiracy theories are built not on evidence, but on suspicion and creative interpretation of facts. Charles Johnson did not discover documents proving that Disney, Clarke, and Kubrick faked the moon landings. He did not have insider testimony or leaked memos. He simply took real historical connections: Disney's collaboration with Wernher von Braun, Clarke's role as a space advocate and Apollo commentator, Kubrick's direction of 2001, A Space Odyssey, and reinterpreted these connections as evidence of conspiracy. Every fact was real. Disney really did work with von Braun. Clarke really did comment on Apollo 11 for CBS. Kubrick really did make a space movie. But the interpretation that these facts constituted evidence of conspiracy was entirely invented. This pattern is characteristic of conspiracy theories generally. They take real facts, real connections, real events, and reinterpret them through a lens of suspicion. A government official meets with a business leader, legitimate collaboration becomes evidence of conspiracy. A scientist receives funding from a foundation, legitimate research support becomes evidence of being bought. A journalist writes about an official narrative, legitimate reporting becomes evidence of being part of the cover-up. Once suspicion is the default lens through which information is processed, any fact can be twisted to support the conspiracy theory. This makes conspiracy theories unfalsifiable, immune to evidence, capable of incorporating any new information into their narrative framework. The second lesson is that conspiracy theories exploit genuine grievances and real erosion of trust. The 1980 accusation emerged in a cultural environment characterized by profound distrust of government and institutions. This distrust was not irrational or paranoid. It was based on genuine revelations of government lies and conspiracies throughout the 1970s. The Pentagon Papers, Watergate, CIA revelations, all of these were real. The government really had lied and conspired. This created fertile ground for conspiracy theories because it established that official narratives could not always be trusted. The challenge is distinguishing between justified skepticism based on evidence and paranoid conspiracy thinking that rejects all institutional knowledge. Combating conspiracy theories therefore requires not just presenting facts, but rebuilding trust. When institutions lose credibility through genuine failures and deceptions, they create space for conspiracy theories to flourish. Restoring that credibility requires transparency, accountability, and consistent honesty. It also requires acknowledging past failures rather than denying or minimizing them. NASA's patient, educational approach to addressing moon hoax claims, explaining the evidence and answering questions, is a model for how institutions can work to rebuild trust. But this work is slow, requires consistency, and must be sustained over time. The third lesson is that conspiracy theories serve psychological and social needs that facts alone cannot address. People believe conspiracy theories not just because they lack information, but because the theories provide meaning, community, and a sense of special knowledge. The members of the International Flat Earth Research Society were not simply misinformed about the shape of the Earth or the reality of space exploration. They were part of a community of people who shared a worldview and who supported each other in maintaining beliefs that the rest of the world rejected. The social bonds formed through shared conspiracy belief can be powerful and are not easily broken by presenting contrary evidence. Effective approaches to reducing conspiracy belief must therefore address these underlying psychological and social needs. Educational interventions that build scientific literacy and critical thinking skills show promise because they provide alternative frameworks for understanding the world and alternative sources of meaning and community. When people understand how science works, how evidence is evaluated, how conclusions are drawn, they have tools for distinguishing between plausible and implausible claims. When they are part of communities that value evidence-based reasoning and critical thinking, they have social support for rejecting conspiracy theories rather than embracing them. The fourth lesson concerns the role of media in spreading conspiracy theories. Charles Johnson promoted his claims through the Flat Earth News, reaching a few thousand subscribers, and through interviews with journalists fascinated by the eccentricity of flat Earth belief. This gave his claims reach beyond what they would have had without media attention. Yet the media coverage was generally skeptical, presenting Johnson as an amusing crank rather than a credible source. The question of whether covering conspiracy theories, even skeptically, helps or harms public understanding is complex and context-dependent. In the modern age of social media and internet distribution, this question has become even more urgent. Conspiracy theories can now reach millions of people directly without going through traditional media gatekeepers. YouTube videos, Facebook posts, tweets, and podcast episodes spreading conspiracy theories are shared and viewed by vast audiences. The algorithms that determine what content people see often amplify engaging, controversial, or emotion-provoking content, and conspiracy theories excel at provoking emotion. This creates an environment where conspiracy theories spread faster and reach further than ever before, while evidence-based debunking struggles to achieve the same reach. Media literacy, the ability to critically evaluate information sources and to distinguish between credible and unreliable information, has become an essential skill. Teaching people to ask questions like, who is making this claim? What evidence supports it? What do experts say? Are there alternative explanations? Can help build resistance to conspiracy theories. But media literacy education must start early, be sustained throughout schooling, and be reinforced by families and communities. It is not sufficient to simply tell people not to believe conspiracy theories. They must be given the tools to evaluate claims themselves. The fifth lesson is about the importance of scientific literacy and critical thinking. Research has consistently shown that people with higher levels of scientific literacy and stronger critical thinking skills are less likely to believe in conspiracy theories. Scientific literacy provides both factual knowledge and reasoning skills that allow people to evaluate evidence effectively. When someone understands how the moon's airless environment affects photography, they can immediately dismiss claims about stars being missing from lunar photographs because of studio fakery. When someone understands how evidence is evaluated scientifically, they can recognize that anecdotal claims unsupported by physical evidence should not be given the same weight as peer-reviewed research supported by multiple independent studies. Promoting scientific literacy is therefore one of the most important long-term strategies for combating conspiracy theories. This requires investment in science education at all levels, from elementary school through university. It requires making science accessible and engaging rather than intimidating or boring. It requires showing students that science is not about memorizing facts, but about understanding how we know what we know, about evaluating evidence, and about changing conclusions when new evidence emerges. The goal is not to produce a population of scientists, but to produce citizens who understand how science works and who can apply scientific reasoning to evaluate claims they encounter. The sixth lesson concerns the enduring power of human achievement. The Apollo program was real. 12 men walked on the moon. This is one of humanity's greatest accomplishments, a demonstration of what human ingenuity, courage, and cooperation can achieve. The conspiracy theories denying this achievement are wrong and are contradicted by overwhelming evidence. Yet the theories persist because they serve needs and exploit grievances that are real. The challenge is to celebrate human achievement while also addressing the underlying conditions that make conspiracy theories attractive. The Apollo astronauts risked their lives to explore the moon. The engineers, scientists, and technicians who built the rockets and spacecraft devoted years of their lives to this work. The achievement inspired millions of people around the world and demonstrated that humanity could accomplish extraordinary things. This legacy should not be diminished by conspiracy theories, but it also should not be used to dismiss or ignore the genuine concerns about government trustworthiness that make people susceptible to conspiracy theories. The proper response is both to defend the truth of Apollo and to work toward creating institutions worthy of trust. The danger of conspiracy theories extends beyond any single false claim. When significant portions of the population believe that major historical events were hoaxed, that scientific consensus is wrong, or that institutions systematically lie, the foundations of shared reality begin to erode. Democratic self-governance requires that citizens be able to agree on basic facts, even when they disagree about values and policies. When people cannot agree on what is true, productive political debate becomes impossible. Every policy discussion devolves into arguments about basic facts. Conspiracy theories that reject established facts in favor of alternative narratives make such agreement difficult or impossible. The modern resurgence of flat Earth belief and moon landing denial, accelerated by internet distribution and social media algorithms, demonstrates that the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation was not an endpoint but a waypoint. Conspiracy theories did not reach peak absurdity in 1980 and then recede. They continued to evolve, to spread, and to attract new believers. Today, conspiracy theories about everything from vaccines to elections to pandemics circulate widely, reaching audiences measured in millions. The same patterns visible in the 1980 accusation, creative interpretation of facts, exploitation of distrust, fulfillment of psychological needs, resistance to evidence, are visible in contemporary conspiracy theories. This suggests that combating conspiracy theories is not a problem that can be solved once and for all. It is an ongoing challenge that requires sustained effort across multiple domains: education, media literacy, scientific literacy, trust building, and community formation. It requires patience because changing minds is slow work, and because some committed believers will never change their minds regardless of evidence. It requires humility because dismissing conspiracy believers as simply stupid or crazy is both inaccurate and counterproductive. And it requires persistence because new conspiracy theories will continue to emerge as long as the underlying conditions that make them attractive remain unaddressed. Yet there is reason for hope. Research shows that educational interventions focused on scientific literacy and critical thinking can reduce belief in conspiracy theories, especially when applied to novel theories before they become entrenched. Brief videos or presentations that explain how to evaluate evidence and how to recognize flawed reasoning can make people more resistant to conspiracy claims. These interventions are most effective when delivered just before people encounter conspiracy theories, providing them with tools to evaluate the claims critically from the start. This suggests that widespread media literacy and scientific literacy education could significantly reduce the spread of conspiracy theories. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation that Hollywood, Walt Disney, Arthur C. Clarke, and Stanley Kubrick faked the Apollo moon landing stands as a monument to conspiratorial thinking at its most elaborate and absurd. It took real facts and twisted them into false narratives. It named specific conspirators who were innocent. It required rejecting overwhelming evidence in favor of creative interpretation and suspicious speculation. It exemplified how conspiracy theories are constructed, how they spread, and why they find believers. And it provides lessons that remain relevant today as we confront new conspiracy theories that threaten shared understanding of reality. Moon landings were real. Apollo 11 landed on July 20, 1969. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walked on the lunar surface. 5 more missions successfully landed, and 12 men in total explored the moon. They collected samples, deployed experiments, took photographs, and returned safely to Earth. This achievement stands as a testament to human capability and as evidence of what we can accomplish when we commit resources, talent, and will to ambitious goals. No conspiracy theory, no matter how elaborate or how widely believed, can erase this achievement or diminish its significance. As we look to the future, as humanity plans new missions to the Moon and eventually to Mars, as private companies develop new capabilities for space access, as international cooperation expands our reach beyond Earth, we must remember the lessons of Apollo. We must defend truth against conspiracy theories. We must promote scientific literacy and critical thinking. We must build institutions worthy of trust. We must create communities that value evidence-based reasoning. And we must never allow the voices of denial to drown out the celebration of genuine human achievement. The 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation was absurd, but absurdity, when believed, can spread and can cause real harm. The antidote to absurdity is not mockery, but education, not dismissal, but patient explanation, not isolation, but community building around shared commitment to truth. We owe it to the astronauts who risked their lives, to the workers who built the rockets, to the scientists who planned the missions, and to future generations who will continue humanity's exploration of space, to defend the truth of what was accomplished, and to ensure that conspiracy theories do not distort our understanding of history or our vision for the future. If you found this exploration valuable, if you learned something about conspiracy theories, or about the Apollo program, or about critical thinking, share this knowledge with others. Talk about the evidence for the moon landings. Explain how conspiracy theories exploit cognitive biases and social needs. Promote scientific literacy in your community. Support media literacy education in schools. Question your own assumptions and encourage others to question theirs. Be willing to change your mind when evidence warrants. And celebrate human achievement, including the extraordinary accomplishment of landing on the moon, as proof of what humanity can do when we reach for the stars rather than retreat into the darkness of conspiracy thinking. The truth is out there. It is found not in wild accusations and suspicious interpretations, but in evidence, in reasoning, in patient study, and in humble acknowledgement when we are wrong. The moon landings were real. The conspiracy theories are false. And the lesson of the 1980 Flat Earth Society accusation is that we must remain vigilant against absurdity while promoting the tools and values that allow truth to prevail.